Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a young child, Celeste Highcrest wouldn't have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury that she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land beyond the veil, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set very high standards for his two children. The elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Saran trained his two daughters in the art of magic and history, a respected wizard himself. Cressida had leaned into this as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled, fighting the shadow of her sister's success. She never quite met the expectations of her family, and was always the object of her father's disappointed glances. When the sisters came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the archives, to be mentored under his tutelage, and to be admitted to the sanctum of archives to scribe ancient texts and tomes. Cressida, to no one's surprise, surpassed all expectations and gained entrance. Celeste, however, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best, and was rejected. It was rare that one of her status should choose to leave the homeland, but never being able to escape the overshadowing of her sister, the youngest elf decided it was time to break free of her family and forge her own path. If she remained here, she would always be Cressida's sister, nothing more. But if she were to leave this place behind, perhaps she could prove herself as her own person. She found her way, eventually, to a hidden doorway, a portal to the material plane, and stepped through. She found a world familiar, yet strange. She walked, realizing now that whatever she had left, whatever power, had been left behind her. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell. Celeste travelled for years, traversing oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home to her family as a tribute. But eventually the news reached her. When she had crossed into this world, the doorway closed behind her, locking and leaving her stranded, with an entire universe between her and her home and family. And now, Celeste wanders and waits, desperate for answers that will lead her home again.
Dreccik Yorksan, a white dragonborn who grew up in the area of Utevshal in Ogralan. My father was the Earl of Kriegsgard. The area was heavily contested by the opposing threat from Uzan Karul and the Blood Renderer. When I was 7, our village was attacked, and my mother was lost to us. My father, disappointed in my lack of strength and unable to care for me, gave me to the priests. They raised me and taught me the ways of the gods. It was here I studied the best I could, but as I stared for hours over books and scrolls, the markings could never seem to make sense. The occasional word I could read, but most were lost to me, due to this dreaded curse in my eyes, making the world seem blurred. It was only through listening and paying attention to the prayers and the ways of the priests that I was able to memorize the ways without ever needing to learn to read properly. After 8 years of service, my father returned for me, saying that it was time for me to return and defend my clan. I never liked war. The killing and bloodshed did not appeal to me as it did my father and brother. One night, I tried to make peace with the enemy by healing their wounded and sick, but I was betrayed. It was in this way that the village on the border of Iswalan was run over, and I was banished from my home to walk a path of shame for the rest of my days.
Hello. You're a cheeky looking fella. What are you up to? Oh, I think you must be a sheep. Come join us by the fire. I got a friend here. He's a fox. Yeah. Have some of that. Oh, that looks yum. My name's Ingue. This is my first day here. First day out here. Here, fox. Nice. Yeah, my tribe, we tell the stories of the world. And when we're old enough, like me, ready, I reckon, we head out into the world and go on a quest, adventure. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to do a quest or adventure. Some people just, like hang with people and listen to their stories. But I think I want to do something exciting. That's my plan anyway. But you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I've lived 300 moons, but everything's so different out here. Like, you guys can't talk. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to get you guys to talk to me, because this is a pretty one-sided conversation at the moment. Here. Nice. That's one-sided conversation, because you're a sheep, and you're a fox. Anyway, so as I was saying, we head out into the world and try and find some stories and try and meet some people. Some people like you could be the people, although you're pretty quiet. You could be the people that I meet and take back, and you can hang with me and my tribe, and we can tell stories. It's about a fire, Does that sound like a good idea? No, you probably already have someone to hang with. Oh well. Well, you're friendly enough as it is. So, the other thing we got to find is, got to get a scar. Some people have, like, emotional scars, but, you know what, I'm real keen to, like, get a cool one, like, on my shoulder, maybe, like a leg scar. Yeah, that'd be good. And then, see how we're going. The magic out here is weird. They did say that it'd be hard. Must be back home, must be the, the elders. They're pretty tight, those guys. They have to be pretty firm on the rules. So I'm pretty keen to come out here and try some different things. We're allowed to do whatever we want out here in the world. Just whatever takes our fancy. And then be ready when we go home to, be all tight like the elders and follow the rules. Be pretty lawful, be good, that sort of thing. Well, it's been nice chatting to you. Come closer. That's alright. Nice and safe by the fire.
Jacob's camera went on and off, and I'm back again.
On.
I don't know.
He's on.
If we don't have any technical difficulties, this is really a stream. Anyway, welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem. I'm apparently sitting a little bit higher because I got a new chair. There you go. That's probably more in line with everyone else. Also, I'm sitting on a box now. There we are. So, welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem. Unfortunately, we don't have our beloved Sean with us today, but he will most likely be back next week. We'll see. And we had an interesting session last time where everyone was buying stuff and stuff. Yeah, I don't think we have many announcements other than you should join a wonderful Discord.
Incoming transmission.
I take that back.
Tom's birthday.
I'm just going to end the stream now.
I remember the first drawing Tom brought home from school. It was that of a lich summoning the undead to fight off against an adventuring party. I still remember that picture sitting up on the fridge. So proud. So very proud.
Thank you very much.
I remember when Tom was just a baby dungeon master.
There's a few of these.
Oh, God.
I remember one time he swallowed a D20. I was really worried at first, but then imagine my surprise when I changed his nappy and it was a natural 20.
Tom.
Oh, boy.
I remember back when he was a little tyke, his first word that he ever said, well, if you can call it a word, that is, TPK. I knew from that moment what he would be.
Of course, there's also that period as a child where Tom would run around with a cloak and cape and would emerge from the shadows, stabbing his little knife into everyone's back, and just going, sneak attack, sneak attack, sneak attack. It was all too entertaining.
He'd always stay up late under the covers. We'd have to remind him, Thomas, you've got school in the morning, it's time to go to bed. But no, he was too busy coming up with strangely violent yet creative ways in which you could kill people. All for the story, of course.
That's not wrong.
And who could forget, growing up, this thing that he always said, if you have more dice than something, he'd always change the next part, but strange kid.
Thanks.
And of course, there was that time that he stole someone's lipstick and started drawing these intricate patterns on the floor and started mumbling under his breath and then summoned the Dark Legion from beyond this plane, who walked forth and destroyed all that stood before them. As they chanted, "Never let the blood on your blade be dry, and have your enemies fall before you into nothing but dust."
Did he ever tell you about the time he brought home his first pet? I mean, surprised all of us when he brought home a giant adult acid dragon. Of course, it wouldn't listen to anyone but him. We had to get rid of it when the whole house melted down around us. But you know, it was good company for him while we kept it.
How did you get rid of that?
Well, Tom was always an adventurous one, and well, when he came to us and said he was about to become a dungeon master, we all we weren't fully supportive of his decision at first. Well, and then he told us more about his job, and we became a bit more supportive. That's it. That's all we got.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Thank you very much,
Such
everyone.
fond memories of
That
you growing
is
up.
mostly lies, but some are very accurate, especially the stabbing part. R.I.P. Thank you very much. It is an honor to be forever-fied in the stream and humiliated at the same time.
It was sufficiently embarrassing for you.
Oh, just wait. I know that everyone has a birthday at least once. Oh, no. Anyway, thank you very much. And yes, it is indeed my birthday. But the announcement I was trying to get to was join our Discord, because you can make fun of people like me on the Discord. And we have pictures of cakes, and it's not an orgy, and plenty of other weird things. I probably should have written down what I was going to say there. Anyway, join the Discord if you want to hang out with us. There's a lot of places where you can find other people to play with, even if you're playing tabletop RPGs of any kind, especially 5th edition of whatever game it is that you play, and other games. And we also play computer games sometimes, or web-based games and stuff. We have like games night eventually. Here and there on. It changes back and forth which day it is, but if you join us, you can help figure out which day it's going to be. And I think that's that announcement. And with that, I'm Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master, and apparently I have a black acid dragon,
Acid dragon snake thing.
And if you have more dice than frequent flyer points, which I'm pretty close, you come to the right place. Alrighty. Let's get into the less humiliating part of 2023. So, last time we left off, you had had a bit of a hitchhiking moment where you got a lift from Kronos to Kingshelm and did a little bit of shopping, figuring out that you were going to head towards Itna, it seems. None of you have ever been there before. But after looking at some maps, you eventually found out which direction it is in, at least. And you did some more shopping. And you had a good night's sleep, I believe. Someone got slapped. And yeah, I think pretty much that is where we left off. Without any kind of violent cliffhanger.
For the first time.
Or did we? No. Let us start out with a beautiful morning the day after. Just going to turn this
Snooze.
Celeste like morning? Nah.
Never heard of it.
I'll change that back. There we go. It's still snowing outside as well. And as so many times before, it is staying. It is not melting away, and it's starting to cover a bit of the city. The roofs start to have a little bit of icicles sticking down. And it's a little slippery here and there. But the breweries, the bakers, and everything else is still going on and doing its normal business, bringing an almost picturesque little landscape to the city. Who would be the first to wake up? I am not even going to look at Celeste.
Ingue, probably.
Okay.
Checking everything, like, for the journey ahead. It's really cold. Get the stuff sorted. Check the tent and do all the things that Tam told him to do. Preparing for time in the forest.
I don't know. It always seemed to be in order. Every time you go through it, Tam always taught you to go through it a few times to make sure you didn't miss anything. But everything is exactly where it's supposed to be.
I can't remember. Did we think, should I get horses? No, I think we decided we're going to be the horses. Yeah. Maybe we should make breakfast. Oh, no, we're staying in an inn. I'll go down and find breakfast. Oh no, where are we staying? We're staying at John's house, aren't we?
You say you're staying at John's house?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to go downstairs and see if there's any servants or anyone around.
There's no one else in the building than you guys. Everyone was pretty much moved to Kronos, and Jonas went somewhere else. You don't actually know where Jonas went.
True, the butler's
What's the kitchen like?
It is in pretty good condition, considering I think that Sean made some food the day before.
Yeah.
So it is probably cleaned, or at least in functional order now, where before it might have been a little dusty.
Oh, John, you're up. Good. Oh, you're making breakfast. Oh, great. I'll wait for the others to come down.
He's a villager from Minecraft now.
He's a little hungover.
Dreccik's gonna wake up, and the first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna pull out his amulet of spell storing.
Oh, but you're going in a different direction.
Oh, yeah, other amulet. And try and store a revivify.
Okay. Do you have the components to cast the spell?
Yes.
Okay,
I have
so
2 diamonds.
cool. So it successfully saves the revivify within the amulet, and it consumes your resources. Just note out that you have it in there.
Yep.
Because you might need that.
And then I am going to pull out my other amulet
Mm-hmm.
and do a bit of a morning prayer to the gods, mainly to Ran, and just be like, well, we're about to embark on the next stage of our journey, and well, we're not exactly 100% sure of what we're doing, but hopefully we will have... You can show us the way a little bit. That would be great.
Okay. You send in your thoughts into the ether and hope that they hear you. Do not get any specific response, though.
And then I'm going to go downstairs and meet up with Ingue. Hello, Ingue. Hi, Sean.
No.
I'm really looking forward to getting back out in nature. Yeah. I know that we're rushing, but we should probably remember to enjoy the time while we're traveling.
I do much prefer traveling than being holed up in cities. And the last few times we've been traveling, we've sort of been quick go, run away from the volcano, run back to the volcano. Ah, that's kind of how I thought I'd.
Well, I think, yeah. I'm looking forward to get going. Did we decide? Did we decide that we were going to take horses to the water at least, or not?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, wait till Celeste.
Weren't we going to use your flying technique though?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that because, if I fly, then we don't get to, meet any of the people along the way, and yeah, I think, yeah, we can fly some days and walk some days.
Fair enough. Hey, Ingue, you know that diamond I bought from the shop to cast the spell?
Yeah.
I remembered I had this amulet thing, and I gave it a shot, and I think I've managed to store the spell in the amulet.
Whoa.
And I was thinking, right, because you can heal, I can heal,
Yep.
but Celeste can't. And Celeste sort of stays in the back a lot. So, and we're kind of in the front. So if we give the amulet to Celeste, and one of us goes down,
Can she use the spell?
oh, anyone can use the necklace. I think it's stored in this amulet now.
That is cool. Like even someone that can't do magic.
Yeah, because it's in the amulet. They just have to use it now. I think that's how it works. Haven't tried it, but that's what I think.
Yes, that's a different kind of magic.
It's like all the magic has been done. It's just sort of trapped in the moment before it gets released.
Yeah. Wow, that's so cool.
just thought about how useful that'd be because you know when I wild shape into an animal, I can't cast any of my spells anymore.
True.
Be really useful if I could, like, use spells as an animal. Anyway, thoughts for another time. You know, like, I could make myself, like, really small and get in somewhere, and then, like, cast the spell.
Yeah,
That'd be
true.
cool.
Like you're a little mouse.
Yeah.
Although, can you touch the amulet as a mouse?
Yeah, because, so when I do the other one, when I turn someone else into an animal, they kind of, like, turn into that animal. Like, they're,
Right.
like, have
So-
mouse urges and stuff. But when I turn into an animal, I'm, like, still fully Ingue.
So, yeah, like this amulet, though, I don't think you can store like the really powerful spells. You can only store like medium spells.
Oh, yeah.
Like one of the spells I could have stored in it would be to call a big lightning bolt down. So if you were like a little mouse and you snuck into like an enemy camp or something,
Yeah.
lightning.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That would
thinking,
be really
right?
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, or something really big, right? Like if
Yeah.
like, something really big and then like stormed into a place and then like
Yeah, true.
what about if I turned into something really big and then made myself even bigger? Like
can
enlarged
you do
a
that?
giant ape.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be cool. Possibilities are endless.
Maybe if we ever use this spell, we can rethink about what else we put in. Maybe we can be more efficient. I just thought, keeping us alive would be a priority.
Yeah, I mean everything's so exciting. Like just learning about. See, I thought that I was just learning the magic that I already knew, and I had to figure out how to do it here. But I keep finding like magic that I didn't know, and I haven't heard the elders talk about. And I thought the elders knew everything. Clearly, they don't. All these like machines and stuff, and amulets that contain magic, and yeah.
This world is I think this world is really too big for any one person to truly know all the magic that's in it.
I suppose that's why they make us come out and like do these adventures and stuff to like
Yeah.
see things.
And I'm sure there's always new ways of magic being learned all the time as well.
Yeah. I'd like to go to the Feywild one time. I reckon seems like Celeste. There's something funny about her magic.
Maybe Celeste will take us there when we open the gates.
Maybe.
When are we heading off?
Say at this point, I think Celeste eventually will probably wake up.
So Celeste is going to open her eyes very quickly and look around her and get her bearings and go. She's like sweating a little bit. She wipes it off her brow. And before she can get out of bed, she's going to cast Sending.
Okay.
And she is going to try and speak to Derlin.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he came with us. He's somewhere.
What are you trying to say?
Derlin, please tell me you're still in King's Helm. I need to speak with you. Can you meet me near the garden with the animals? Just you and me.
Sure. Is everything all right?
And I get up and I put everything on quickly and like splash my face.
Right.
And I will make my way downstairs. And as I'm walking downstairs, I'll just have like my coat on. Just go, good morning, everyone. I just got to pop out. Good morning. I just got to pop out quickly. There's something I forgot to do earlier. Say if I meet you back here in about 10 minutes, we can get ready.
Okay. Yep.
We're ready.
Right.
I'll give you something when you get back.
Oh, all right. Sounds good. Sorry, I shouldn't be too long.
She seems in a bit of a rush. Did she forget something at the shops yesterday?
She definitely looked like she's just woken up and has just been like, oh shit, forgot to do something and like rushing out.
you rush out the door towards the Pantheon Stride.
That's it.
And it doesn't take long before you notice Derlin showing up. He is definitely on the way alone. He looks a little confused. When he spots you, he gestures to one of the benches and sits down.
Sorry about that. I've only just woken up and had a strange dream.
Okay.
Where did you end up last night?
Well, we just went to the Three Ravens. We just wanted to have some space away from people. Like, we've been crammed up in that place for like, I don't even know how long now. It's just like there's not that much room in that little house. And we kind of like some privacy, being good friends and all.
Yes, well, I don't need any details.
No, that's weird, yeah.
It's going to sound strange, but I have a feeling I know where your path is taking you, and I have a feeling that you know as well what you're looking for. And so, as much as I know that no one would be able to convince you off of it otherwise, even your father, there's something I want to give you, which will at least hopefully give you an upper hand in whatever it is that you're doing.
Okay.
I'm going to reach into my bag of holding, and wrapped up in a scarf are 40 of those silvered arrows.
Oh, that's pretty nifty. Are you sure you don't need that?
I have plenty.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind, I'll gladly take them. But they look expensive. I don't know how to pay you back for this.
Pay me back by using them.
Okay, sure. Do you know what they're supposed to be used on? Like, I'm not quite sure.
You're a smart man, Dylan.
I'll figure
I
it out.
believe you know as well as I do.
Well, I'll figure it out. There's multiple different things, but yeah, sure. You'll grab them. How many other?
40.
40 silvered arrows.
So I got 100 of them, so I've got 60 and he's got 40.
I can't do the even 50-50 split.
No, I'm not that generous. Celeste is still Celeste.
It's a gesture, not a gift. Well, thank you. I don't really know how to thank you for this. I don't really have much. Like, hey, if you ever want me to pull a prank on the old man, I can do that for you. That's free, on my end at least.
Unfortunately, I don't believe his heart would be able to take it, but I appreciate the gesture.
Well, I was more worried about his back, but you're probably right. All right.
We're off this morning, and I'm not sure when it is that we'll see you again, but please use your head. Be safe.
Sure. How did you know I was planning on doing something?
Call it instinct. Been around long enough to be able to pick up on things here and there.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Sure. Is there anything else you need from me?
No. I mean, honestly, I'd tell you to stay put here and make a life for yourself in the city, but I doubt it's going to come to that, so...
Well, I think there's too many buildings in this place for me, to be honest. But, maybe one day, when I settle down and stuff, but not yet.
Yes. Well, Kingshelm certainly is sprawling, but I think you'll come to find to appreciate it one day.
Maybe. It has its charm. I mean, there's like peacocks and stuff, but yeah.
Right, well, I've got to go back, but I just wanted to give you these, and I'm not one for long goodbyes, so...
Okay, well, I mean, bye then.
Bye, Derlin. And she'll stand up and button up her cloak and walk back to the house without looking back.
He walks off, but he stops, and you can see he goes, looks in your direction as you walk off, and he's like, he looks a little puzzled, but then he just continues wherever he's going.
And I'll make my way back inside.
Okay.
It's getting rather cold out there. I want to go back to bed.
Yeah, well, we've got the tent that makes things warm. So when we go back to bed, you'll be nice and warm.
That's true. Right. So what's the plan this morning? I know that we spoke briefly about Jean and Dreccik being tucked away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've kind of had second thoughts about that because, like when I've done that in the part, like in the past, if they're inside, and I'm an animal, there's no way for us to communicate with them if something happens, and they don't get to experience the journey. They'll just be kind of like in this timeless space until we let them out. It puts a lot of power on me but also like responsibility. Like I know there's a couple of things out to get me. So if I'm got along the way, or like we get there, or if anything happens to me, that ends.
Don't the magic stones work?
The
Sending
sending
stones.
stones.
Yeah, those.
No. The door
Oh.
has to be open because we'll close the door, and then I'll turn into a wild-shaped animal, and so the existence of the door on this plane of existence goes into a different plane of existence, which is also in a different plane of existence. So, yeah.
Look,
Messages to
for a
work
world
planes,
that's
but-
closed to traveling to different planes, there seems to be a lot of planes.
No, it's the difference between planes and pocket dimensions. Like,
Oh.
you know, like you have to be a god to make a plane, whereas
Oh, right.
any 2-bit magician can make a pocket dimension.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that's like that item. You know, your spell storing. Celeste's got one of
yes.
them.
Yes.
She's got that, she's got that bag that must be holding the spell create pocket dimension.
Can I get in the bag?
Well, yeah, depends on what's in the dimension. I don't know. Is there air in her top pocket dimension?
I don't know. Never been in there.
Which pocket dimension are we talking about here?
The bag.
Or
full.
bag of holding.
Okay. It's only one way to find out.
Celeste,
I don't
I
think
get-
Celeste is going to let you into
Can I get in
her
your
pocket
bag?
dimension with all her private
No,
things.
you cannot get in my bag.
The special bag of holding thing that you have. Like, would that be easier to travel with?
Oh no, you wouldn't be able to stick your head in there.
Oh, is that why you went out? Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
Nothing. I won't look in your bag.
No, you'd suffocate. You can't. No one can live. Besides, I believe. See this opening here? She'll like hold the bag up to you. You'd have to be able to fit through this little opening, and I don't believe that. No offense, but
Can
it's quite
I
small.
try? Maybe it'll get bigger when I get closer.
Oh no, it definitely. Definitely will not.
You've,
It's not
you've
elastic.
got your own one you can try with at nighttime in the tent. They have them on in the corner. This little
Oh, you want me to go in the pocket in the tent?
No, I think what we're saying is don't go in the pocket. It wouldn't work.
Right. Okay.
It's not self-sustaining, so it is simply a pocket of space, not of air or anything that we would need to survive. It is simply a void.
Right.
So
Oh,
I
I have this for you. And he pulls out the amulet of spell storing and holds it up to you.
Oh, take it.
I stored a spell in it, the revivify spell.
Oh, I see it. In case someone.
Yes.
Right.
I figured you're normally at the back fighting, and we're normally at the front. So it's more chance that we're gonna go down than you are. And even though we both, pointing to him and Ingue, can cast this spell on our own, you and Jean can't. So
No, it's
more the merrier.
It's a brilliant idea. Thank you for trusting me with this. Slip it over her neck.
Don't use it now, though. We're all fine now.
No, I don't understand that. I should adjust it just so it's sitting nice and straight above her. I appreciate that. I'll keep an eye out.
But what were you saying, Ingue?
Well, I think while our next task is to travel quickly, I think there's also value in, traveling at a pace that we can kind of try and anticipate what's going to happen before it happens, rather than being so rushed all the time. You said something at breakfast where you talked about how we were rushing and rushing and rushing. Like 5 weeks is not a long time compared to 5 years, particularly if we arrive without having rushed and have some time to maybe speak to some people and look at what people are up to and like pray to the gods.
I haven't been doing a whole lot of praying. I prayed this morning, but yes, I've been not praying too much.
So I know we said I could wild shape and travel, but I kind of feel nostalgic for when we traveled with the cart. Could we get to the the port where the ships are? Could we just maybe travel a bit slower?
You want us to get horses in the cart?
What do you think, Miss Celeste?
Well, the legend does say that the hammer's been in Itna for many generations, so if it's still there, I don't believe an extra few weeks is going to make that much of a difference. But then on the other hand, there is also the pressing matter of the end of the world looming. So, I mean, but
On the
there's
matter of end of the world.
I'm just thinking that there's no way of telling how long, once we have the hammer, what it actually entails to find the objects and destroy them. That may take us years to even do that. And if the hammer's not here, I'm just traveling slow, yes, but traveling leisurely.
No, not leisurely. Just, not sticking my friends in a pocket dimension with Vartex and a Blink Fox and using all my energy to race.
Well, that was what my concern was when we spoke about it last time. If it wouldn't be quite exhausting for you.
Yeah, and it wouldn't. I mean, it would, but it wouldn't. But I've had more time to reflect on what you were saying, and yeah, it sounds exhausting.
Although I would like to offer my interest you did entice me with the idea of viewing the world from an eagle's eye, just as a note. So if that offer is still on the table at any point, I wouldn't turn it down.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's what I think is that, like, if we are traveling and need to let the horses go, and it doesn't take the option of the plan to race. If Dreccik has a conversation with one of his gods and they say, "Go faster, you stupid man," then we can still go faster. And I mean, I can always take you for a ride on an eagle. That's relatively easy.
I don't think anyone has ever said "go faster, you stupid man" to me before.
Ingue just did, so first time for everything.
Yes, I guess.
Right, so we want to go and get horses. Is that the plan then?
Maybe horses and then not a cart. Maybe the cart makes it too leisurely.
You already have a cart here, just as a reference, because you did park it here.
Is it still in one piece?
It's perfectly fine. It's in the stables. You drove it here before you started being teleported to Mount Valor and such.
But I'm just thinking, if we get a cart, so it's almost... If we get a cart, we don't need as many horses, but it is slower than if we all just had... So we only need, 2 horses if we were to travel by cart. But we'd need at least, 3 or 4 horses.
There was only Luna on the cart. There was one horse. Yeah, I think that's smart. And if we want to go faster with the cart, I could always turn into a horse and run with the... what was his name? Reynolds.
The
Reynolds.
farting one.
Yeah, we still own him. He's in the stables.
Is he still here?
No, we sold
No
him.
one's been feeding him for weeks.
No, we left him in the stables to look after. They would have looked after him in the stables. That's where they look after horses, right?
Pretty sure we sold him, didn't we?
No, you paid for him to be stabled for a while, and you sold. I think you stole one of the 2 carts you had.
Or should we go check if he's still there? Maybe they've sold him. We haven't been here in a while.
Reynolds.
Right. Well, I'll just go gather the rest of my things. Then I suppose we can get on our way. Jean, do you have any of those biscuits that you made yesterday? I'd really like one. Good. Give myself temporary hit points.
3 temporary hit points. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Sean.
Good.
Alright, well, we'll make our way down to the stables then, I suppose. And see if our horse and cart are there.
So, it's 2 different places. So the stable's attached to the building where you're staying, has the cart because you did park it there, and then Jonas took care of the horse. Renault itself was stabled at a stable place, and you paid for food and everything. So he is very much still there. You haven't been gone for that long, matter of fact. He's still right there.
How long have we been gone for?
Since you left that place and came back, it has probably been around 3-4 weeks, I think. or
We
something
left
like that.
here. Did we leave here before we met Dreccik?
No, this was with Dreccik. So you went to Mount Vallow with Dreccik.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Where you
and
got
the
teleported by
volcano
Danica before
Just after the
she hit the
werewolf.
fence.
Mhm.
Yes. And
and
then
then Blindwood.
from there on, you went to Kronos and you went to Blightwood and all that kind of stuff. And volcano happened, and this is the first time you kind of came back because you've been in that area for a bit, but you haven't quite gone in a specific direction. So it's been around 3 weeks, I'd probably say. It's probably not even that long, but for brevity it is, let's just say 3 weeks.
Let's go get the horse first.
Oh,
Hello?
he's definitely there. You're talking to the horse or the owner? Or the stable man?
Stable master.
Hello?
Hello. Do you remember? Do you remember us?
Sure. I remember you. No?
What?
You just
What is this?
put money in my pocket.
Yes, we gave you money.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I know you. Anyway, what can I help you with?
We've come to collect our horse.
Which one's yours?
Can I see Reno?
You definitely can. He looks very horsey.
Look, that one over there. That's ours. His name's Renault. Hey, Renault,
Right.
give us a high five.
You talking in common or are you talking in horse?
So Renault can understand me. I can't understand him.
Okay.
Yes.
I knew I was your favorite.
At once. Question: has her farts gone away?
That was the other one. That was not him.
Oh, right, good. Never mind. Never mind what I said.
Should we grab any food, do you think, before we head off, or do you think, Ingue,
Well-
do you think it'd be fine just eating? I'm just concerned because where we're going it's quite cold, and it is cold now. So
Well, I think I can just make food wherever.
for the horse,
Yeah,
Like
Oh.
fodder for the food.
and
Fodder
water.
for the horse.
oh yes,
Pop it
water's
into
good.
existence.
Just worried that last time we were traveling, the grass was still visible, but now everything's sort of getting blanketed and dying. So
Yeah, no, I can just make food. I'm sure the horse can eat it.
what is it? What is the horse? What is the food? Sorry.
It's remember when we went to the future and I made all the food and water?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Can horses eat that?
Well, it's food, ain't it?
Wasn't it like
I mean,
pastries?
it's just bland and tasteless, but it's food.
Horses love pastries.
Was it pastries? I don't know what it was.
I'll admit I don't know much about horses, so I'll trust your insight.
Horses probably don't do good eating meat, but they love
Oats
pastries.
are pretty bland. Maybe I can concentrate hard and make it oats.
Yeah, or just pastries. They love pastries. It's their favorite. I mean, it's probably not very healthy for them, but I mean, alcohol's not that healthy for you either, Dreccik. So
That's true.
probably about equivalent.
But I'm still alive. Still kicking.
Maybe that's why the other horse was farting.
Too much alcohol. Right.
Pastries.
Oh, pastries. Right.
Either way, let's get Renault all saddled up, I suppose. Or hitched up, hitch the horse to the cart. I assume I can trust one of you with that.
Sure. Jean, show me how this works.
Yeah, he's probably pretty good at that. Yeah, a horse.
Is anyone else feeling like things are about to change?
I'm honestly surprised no one's stopped us in the street yet.
What?
For all the things that were happening last time we were here.
Know if we're really that recognizable.
I don't know. It's not often that the whole royal family of your city dies, and we are at the center of the crime.
Well, we were
So
exonerated from that by Captain Featherhat.
yeah, but it's that sort of culture that people sort of pull you up on constantly, and you can't really escape.
If people are just scared of us now, and so they're keeping their distance.
Maybe
Either way.
we're going somewhere else then.
I just have this strange feeling that next time we come back here, things are going to be very different. But I don't know, maybe that's just my nostalgia talking.
Can you tell the future?
Can't we all?
How old do I get?
Can't tell you that, Dreccik. That's all entirely dependent on you.
Ah. Well, you can't tell the future very well, do you?
Think what you will. I have powers beyond your ken, Dreccik.
Yes. I know that.
Right.
Shall we get going? I think it's half the day's already gone. Maybe we should get on the road.
Yes, we've got the horse saddled up now with the cart.
And it has a canopy, this cart, if I remember correctly.
Canopy? Yeah, I believe so.
And John's sitting up there. He's ready to go. He's ready to drive.
I think you painted it too, didn't you? Or was that another card?
That was another.
That was a whole different thing. Whole different thing. Sorry. All these cards.
I don't think
come
I
on.
was there for that.
No,
that's
that's
another
a whole different scenario. That was a circus. Turned into a circus, literally. Alright. Yes, ignore me.
Maybe we can go to the workshop and get this rigged out.
Hit my ride.
See this card.
The horse has
Plays
golden
music.
horseshoes.
Right, well, Celeste will jump over into the back of the cart, kind of look around fondly, looking at like where Tam used to sit. All right, I'm ready when you are.
Let's go.
Mr. Driver.
Driver, you can drive.
You're
John.
sitting up there, John.
Okay.
Have you forgotten how horses work, John?
It wasn't on. Alright. Sean will drive the cart, I'm guessing, and
Yes.
that leaves you free to do whatever you wish. So, as you head off, you exit out of Kingshelm again, and I think for the first time, you end up leaving through the East Gate. This region itself is very polished, very clean. Where when you first entered, you entered through the West Gate, and you went through the slums where there's a lot of mud and not so much cobblestone. This is a pleasant experience. It's a very architectural wonder. You can see all the different areas of this city is very vastly different from the others, depending on which one you look at, and they're all almost trying to fight for the attention of the people who come through. But as you exit, you pass through the city with no issue, and you are now traveling on the road. And you see little farmhouses pop up left and right, and after about 5 minutes or so, they become more and more scarce. And you are alone in nature.
Willie Nelson starts playing in the background.
Anyway, starts describing all the surroundings and say hello to the animals and non-stop chatter.
And Dreccik's just going to sit next to John for a bit and close his eyes and just listen to the nature.
If nothing else kind of happens, when Ingue, like maybe halfway through the journey, Ingue will say to Celeste, "So, should we go head off ahead a little bit and find a camp, so that we can get it ready for when everyone arrives?"
Sure, if you wanted to. Find a nice kind of secluded area.
I reckon the way that Renault's moving, if we leave now, and I fly, if I fly, I can get us. Yeah, I think I'll be able to get us to where Renault will get us. Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty, like, we're traveling along a pretty, like, major road, right? It's not...
I'd say you're still on what is probably referred to as a major road. Like, it is a country road, so it's, like, muddy and such, but it is bigger. You can see there's multiple carts coming back and forth this way, so it's kind of like, if you picture how wide the freeway is, that's pretty much how wide this kind of pattern that's been carved into the ground is.
It's like an established route, though.
Yeah, it's very established, but enough for not so you don't have to like follow the same specific wheel patterns. It's pretty spread out. It's pretty flattened out, and you can see the snow itself. That's like everywhere. It's been flattened out across there. It's like very slushy and stuff. So it's still a very known pattern, because King's Hill is obviously a place where people come and go to a lot. And this path is leading you towards the direction that you're going in, for now at least.
Yeah. So, so then let's do it. Let's fly.
Fly, you fools.
So, Dreccik, I promised Miss Celeste that we'd fly some of the way. So we're going to leave. We'll see you in about. But we're ready for camp. If you want to move quickly, Mr. John, we'll scout ahead, and Miss Celeste will let you know. We'll let you know if there's any problems ahead, so you can move faster. Like you could, rather than moving cautiously, if you moved at like a fast pace.
All right.
Then, yeah.
Okay.
That reminds me. Tomorrow, I'll make Renault faster too, and then we'll be moving quite fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I suppose so.
Hang on a second. I pull out. There's like I had like hoops for when I like got
When you're a
everyone
wolf.
to ride me a wolf.
Mhm.
I'm gonna like not pull out like I imagine there's like quite a heavy element of that. I'm gonna like pull out like one part of it that's not so heavy, and like, okay, ready.
Celeste will kind of like put her knees like in that kid, sort of like just behind where the wings are. Just kind of like just tuck it in, like wrap her arms around his neck. I'm quite worried but excited at the same time. We're not doing barrel rolls or anything. We're being sensible, Ingue. We're being sensible as he like takes off.
Enjoy the ride, Celeste. Enjoy it. Now for a nice, meaningful conversation with you, Jean.
Telepathically in your head, Celeste, you hear, I can show you the world.
Yeah, she's got her arms out as well with having like a
You didn't see her put on the spores before she started, though.
yeah, the big straps.
Well, you take off for a wonderful start, I believe. But make a dexterity check or acrobatics, Celeste.
Not a well, I say that I'm not going to jinx myself. Dexterity or acrobatics, my choice.
Yeah, I mean dexterity, athletics, or acrobatics. I'm guessing.
Definitely acrobatics out of all those things.
I stay on the horse card.
Yeah, that is a 30. 19 plus 11.
No problem. You literally do this without your hands.
Definitely. Yeah, Ingue and Celeste are having a telepathic, like, singing.
It's like Top Gun.
"A whole new world, don't you dare close your eyes."
No, but it's to any outside observer too. Celeste like is doing a duet, but no one else can hear the duet. Only Celeste's side of it.
So seagulls are just.
All the people that are listening to us, yes.
All the people that are listening to us splashing in the sky.
And she would definitely do the whole, like, whooping thing. Like, she would definitely, yeah. 100%.
Is there
She
anything?
look down and then she's like, oh.
So Ingwe would actually make sure he's doing his job, which is scouting
Right.
the path.
Okay.
So if I can like check
Perception
for,
check.
lucky I have advantage. Oh,
Double ones.
double ones
Okay.
Great.
for a 10.
I mean, that's not terrible, but
not
one
terrible.
is a pretty bad thing. So you're looking for a place to camp, right? That was what you wanted. Or are you just looking out for danger?
I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm not really looking for a place to camp. I want to calculate that we're gonna land in 4 hours. We're gonna land where John will arrive in 8 hours. That makes sense.
Perfectly fine.
But I'm also looking for, like, we're not just going there. We're going to look to see and stop if there's some sort of thing that I perceive as a threat.
Okay. You do not see anything that you perceive as a threat. Everything seems to be beautiful up here. It is snowing quite heavily a little bit, so there is times where you have a little bit of a hard time seeing through the snow. And Celeste, you are getting covered a little bit with the snow, kind of sticking on your coat while you're doing this. But nothing attacks you. No threat is visible.
We land.
Celeste gets off and her legs are like shaking. She.
Oh,
I can understand why you like that so much, Ingue.
yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool view from up there, isn't it?
Don't know how you don't know how you ever come back after that, after seeing the world from that perspective.
Yeah,
It's difficult.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but I mean, you should see what it's like as an ant. It's like that, but
The other way around.
yeah.
I suppose everything looks small when you're up there, and then everything would look massive.
It's why I often get distracted by things like you often I can see you rolling your eyes at me when I am fascinated by like small simple things, but if you can see them from the angle of an ant, then they're actually quite interesting. Like and then you change your perspective and you think about what it would look like if you were really big. Yeah, or colors too. Like when you're a wolf, it's hard to explain, but like humans see in like 3 colors, and wolves only see in 2, so they still see color, but it's like it's different. Hard to
I
explain.
suppose when you look at something the same way for over 100 years, having a shift in perspective is necessary.
The world's so amazing. Ooh.
Anyway, let's where have we landed? Have we landed far, like in the area that Jean and Dreccik will be arriving to
So
in a
it
few
is.
hours?
So you haven't quite gone that far yet, as far as I understand. You
No,
have
so-
only kind
so
of
my
gone for a little
plan-
bit of a ride.
My plan is to travel for 4 hours.
So
And I-
you plan to have traveled for 4 hours?
Have traveled for 4 hours
Okay, so that's where you want to be.
to be in the space, unless there's a threat in the next 4. So I can re-roll if you want, but I might do this a couple of times, so it'd be worth just working out the mechanics. So Ingwe's idea is he and Celeste fly ahead,
Mhm.
so that John and Dreccik can travel quickly.
Right.
And
But-
if we fly and see something along the way, then we'll stop and go back. But
Right.
if we don't see something along the way, then Ingwe is going to go 8 hours. I think flying, I can go twice as fast as a horse. So I'm going to go in 4 hours. I'm going to do what Dreccik. So they're 4 hours away. Is my
Okay.
plan.
But now, when you have this stop, is that for when you land at the end?
Yes.
If nothing happens.
Yeah. So we're going to sit here for 4 hours.
Okay. So I'll just give you a little bit of a heads up. I'll make another perception check. You can both do that. Because I thought that this was just a short ride for now, and then you're gonna continue the ride. So I'll give you some more information of what you would see up there, or not.
17.
And Celeste got
I got a natural 4 for a 9.
okay.
I'm still
So,
distracted.
You,
I'm
you,
looking
you
at
didn't bring your
shapes in the clouds.
goggles, so you get a little snow in your eyes. So you can the note in your nose, like there's all this water coming out, and it's just starting to harden like icicles, and it's a little hard to see anything.
Why does it taste so salty?
You, anyway, do see something more than just what you saw before. So you are traveling from Kingshelm towards Itna, almost in a straight line because you're a bird. There's a few things that you can notice here. You can definitely see behind you towards the east. You can see what used to be Mount Valor. You can see the golden glow from this volcano still very much active. Towards the north of where you're going, northeast, I guess. No, yeah, I guess it's the other one would be west. So northeast of where you're going, where there is a region called Sarova, you can see that it's almost like it's a mountain steps, almost like they're elevated above the entire country here quite heavily, and everything is already covered in full snow. It looks like that most likely would have been covered in snow the whole time. And that looks like large mountain peaks and little it looks like villages, but they all have these like very large spires and stuff sticking out. And you see there's some castles here. It's all like a very cold, but I should say it's definitely a place where there's a lot of civilization, but they are spread out and centered in bigger cities than what you've seen for the rest of this area. It looks like they're collecting people in these bigger cities instead of smaller villages, which is a little different from where you come from. You can also see Mount Ravnier behind you. Seems to be a very large mountain region. It's not as big as Mount Valor, but it definitely would take a long time to traverse something like that. And you can see that most of the rivers and the inlets going in and out of the river to the ocean are starting to freeze up. Some of them are almost solid frozen. Some of them you can definitely see the water still running here and there. But the general idea of this area is changing. Everything is becoming colder, more snow. Everything is becoming white. Yeah, that's pretty much what you would see. Thank you. And then if you have your camp at that point, you would land on the borderline between Sightmark and Helmscourt. So that means that there is going to be a very long wall of stone, probably a meter high, not really that tall, but it's just a marker between the two different counties. And at that spot, there is a little place where you drive through. And on both sides, it seems like people have set up camp there before. It is in the open a bit, but it is a place that seems to have been used before.
Oh, where should all our stuff for setting up camp is on the car? Oh no, I can do something. Do we want to be on this side of the wall or on that side of the wall when we set up our camp?
Not entirely sure. This isn't really my forte. I can help, clear out some space, potentially light a fire, but in terms of logistics, I'm not quite the person to ask.
Oh, nah. Well, just do we think? Do you think like that wall thing with the people like if we set up our camp on this side and then maybe there's a do you reckon there'll be any problems crossing the wall?
Maybe we'll just stay here for now.
Okay.
Just in case. I'd hate to get ourselves into any strife before, while it's just us.
Okay, that's alright. I'll set up camp then. And Ingue pulls out a small block of granite, and up springs a large stone building. I've got to just hold concentration on this for a little bit, but I can get this to stay. If you get some stuff for the fire, you can see there's like a fireplace in the middle. There's a chimney. There's no chimney, but there's that hole there. That'd be good for a chimney.
All right. You stay here and I guess stare at that, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. So let's go and find some. I'm assuming all the kindling and things like that are going to be wet from like the snow and the.
Yeah, it's not easy to find dry stuff at the moment, but.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's wet. I'm not going to do it like Mr. Tam. Like he needs dry wood, but.
No, I can ignite things as long as it's somewhat flammable. Even if I just got, a bit of cloth or something, should be fine. Anyway, so let's go out and gather something to at least keep the fire lit for a period of time.
You can definitely find something like that. It's not an area that's hard to find. Smaller pieces of wood and such. There's probably even a little bit of a stash from someone else who's been there before. It's like there's some firewood kind of set up already, but it's all wet, of course.
Yep. It's all good.
No problem. A few hours pass, and Dreccik and Sean eventually show up in the distance. I can't hear what you're saying.
You can hear us way before you see us. And as we get closer, it becomes clear that we're arguing about the rules of that stupid game. No, the house goes here, and then you buy another house, and it goes there. No.
Definitely not stealthy at all. But as you come closer, you can see a stone building set up. And familiar faces.
Oh, hello. Say hello, Jean. Hi.
Good afternoon. Well, I suppose good evening almost at this point.
Did you just find an abandoned house?
Thing, like that?
Yeah.
Well, it's not really abandoned if we're in it.
Yeah, but it was abandoned when you found it, was it?
It's my house. It's not a house. It's a temple. Could it leave the pamphlets? Sorry, I'm struggling to talk because I'm concentrating.
You just carry your house with you now?
Now I'm gonna make them. You know how we we're spreading the pamphlets around and like
Yes.
throwing them off the airship and stuff. I figured rather than throwing them everywhere, we could like leave them places that could become
Oh, right.
places.
So we leave
people
some
could-
pamphlets in this house.
No, it's
temple.
a temple. Yeah.
Yes, temple.
I'm
And then move on.
I'll plant a tree in the middle, and it'll
Oh,
grow
that's
up.
good. That's good.
So you can see there's like see here. Come, let me. Oh, this is really hard. Let me take.
What are you concentrating on?
The whole of nature, right now.
It's pretty good.
Only around here. But it's
All right.
man, it's way easier at home. It's way easier to do this spell.
Do you need any help with your temple?
Well, yeah, you could help decorate if you want. Set it up, like write symbols on the walls and stuff. For that, like I'm not really,
Sure. Hops off the cart and just gets to work.
So you see, as you go around there's a building that is round, and there's a big hole in the ceiling and a ramp going up the outside, the inside, so it goes in, and the Ingwe's planted a tree that seems to be growing a lot faster than you'd expect a tree that's just been planted a couple of hours ago, in the middle, and you can walk up the top and walk around on the roof, which is just has a slight ankle.
You've really outdone yourself, Ingue. This must have taken you a long time to build.
10 minutes. That spell's much easier than this one. I'm really struggling with it.
It took you 10 minutes. You know what? Comes down. And just starts grabbing a dagger and starts carving some symbols on the walls.
You can't read.
It's already defaced.
Giant porcupine.
It's like, okay, I know what the symbols are, but it's like it's being drawn by a toddler.
It's just the alphabet, really.
Yeah.
In wrong order. Fair enough. Well, you can definitely set up camp there and dry the wood so you can cook it in there. And, that's definitely not a problem. What are you doing with the horse? Are you leaving it outside or taking it into the house as well? What's your plan on that?
Should
What's
we
the freeze? No.
should we bring Ranald in to be warm by the fire, or will he be fine outside?
Maybe on the roof.
Can horses go upstairs,
And
or is that
and
cows?
set up the tent. Like now that they put the fire out, because the boys are here.
Oh, we can't put the tent on the roof.
Why not? Oh, it
'Cause
has
it
to be
has-
in the ground. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is this
Why
not
don't we
ground?
just-
No, it has to be solid earth.
Solid earth.
Are we
I have to
putting the
figure out
horse
how to
in the
put-
tent or in the house?
It's a good
Not
idea.
in the tent. I'm not sleeping with the horse.
Why doesn't the horse go in the Why is it the horse? Why do you keep calling it a house? It's a temple.
I'm sorry.
Leave the horse in the temple. That'll be good fertilizer, actually. And then the tent, we can sleep in the tent.
Should we keep watch? I know that we're enclosed, but I still feel as though out on the road, we should at least have one person with their eye out.
Yeah, I'll stay up for a bit.
Oh, I mean, I've been. You can go rest, Ingue. I've just been sitting in a cart all day.
Nah, I've got to figure out the rest of the spells too. I've got to concentrate. Back home, this would take like 10 minutes. But at this rate, I reckon it's going to take me 8 hours.
That's a long time. You up for that?
Oh, I'm halfway through. So,
All right. Cool.
I'll take the first 2 watches.
Well, how about we all get some dinner and all that in us first, and then.
I'm so tempted just to smack you on the back.
I know, it's so tempting.
Just
Just
ruin the spell.
like
1
throw
minute
things
before
at
it
him.
ends, it's stung by a bee or something. Right on the tongue. Anyway, yeah, I would say that Sean would probably contribute by cooking everyone dinner. I don't think that would be a major issue. And yeah, you
If
have
I need to
some dinner.
conjure food for the horse, I'll conjure food for the horse.
What food are you conjuring for the horse?
I'm gonna try and conjure oats if I can. It's supposed to be bland though.
Okay.
Is oats bland?
Okay.
Oats and water, 100%. Is that John or the horse? I'm having trouble.
I don't know. It's
Was that the horse eating it or ejecting it?
Well, it hasn't eaten any of it.
I have made you food
It shits on the
and
floor.
drink. Shit near the tree. Stupid thing. The tree needs your shit, not the floor. Ingue, I think this horse is upset with me for some reason.
Huh?
I think the horse doesn't like me.
Yeah, neither does this tree. I mean, me, not you. Sorry.
What? You don't like me?
Anyway, moves to the next tree. He's talking tree.
Okay. Well,
Celeste comes up, just pats you on the shoulder. It's alright, Dreccik, I like you.
thanks. I'm gonna just go sleep now. Trudges off to the trudges off to the tent.
There. So who's having the first watch?
I'll take the first 2.
Okay. So roll me a perception check. Are you sitting outside or inside the building, just so I have a general idea what you're doing?
Up
Well,
on the roof, I think.
Cool. Okay. Sure.
Ingwe's wandering around in the forest. Like, around, talking to the plants.
Okay. There isn't quite a forest there, but there's
Yeah.
loose trees here and
Yeah.
there. So that's perfect.
Farms? Is there like farmers with the farmland?
No, not quite here, because this is right on the edge between the 2 different counties.
Yeah, cool.
You get an idea that if you probably travel for like 5-10 more minutes, you probably start to see that part of civilization again. But right now, you're kind of on the edge. It's kind of a contested area, or have been once.
In terms of landscape, is it relatively flat?
Pretty much. There's some rolling hills here and there, but it is mostly flat, and you can also now see the towering peaks near the northern side, where it seems like everything is just constantly frozen over. Not quite shut on, but right before that point, still part of King's Home.
If it's relatively flat and open, I will give myself advantage and
Okay.
use my spyglass. Zup. Oh, pretty good. Natural 18 plus 5 for 23 perception.
Okay. You can see far off in the distance that there is a little bit of light. It looks like it does probably come from fires which could be houses. It could be smoke coming up from chimneys and such. It is quite far away, but you can see it because it is a bit of a different color than the rest of everything's white now. You don't see anyone kind of coming this way at the moment. And you notice that the snow is like patchy. Like every now and then it stops snowing, and it's kind of clear, and then it starts snowing again. But first watch goes by without any hitch.
How are you holding up, Ingue?
Yeah, the plants here aren't very nice. I've spoken to most of them, but hopefully when we come back, they'll remember and be nicer.
One can only hope.
Probably, I reckon, 2 more hours, and then I'm gonna be real tired. Need to sleep.
I'll wake Dreccik up in the next couple of hours, and we can get some rest. Have you spoken to that tree over there? Do they have names?
Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, but I can't understand them. But this is like, it's not a very complicated. Anyway.
Interesting. Alright, well, I'll be here if you need me.
I think I'm doing that thing that you do. You know how, like, sometimes you're like, maybe I should be mean like you are. You know how you do that thing where you, like, say mean things and it makes us better at doing stuff? Yeah, I'm doing that, except to all the plants in a half-mile radius.
You're being mean so that they're...
Well, I'm being
better.
nice at the moment, but maybe the thing that I'm doing wrong isn't being nice rather than telling them, you know, like...
Well, like when I tell you to suck it up and stand up tall and don't let anyone shit on you because you're better than that.
Yeah, I think the spell that I'm doing has a similar effect to that has on people, to on plants. Except it's taking, like, forever. So, I'm almost done, though.
Right, well, let me know if you need anything.
Yeah.
And I will bundle my cloak up tighter around me and take the next watch.
Some music.
Oh, you want music?
Yeah, like, I remember last time we were in a place like this, you played the flute.
I can do that.
Or was it the old lady that played the flute? Someone played the flute.
She'll pull out her pan flute.
Okay. Alrighty. Make your perception check for the second watch.
Since she is using her pan flute, I will not give her advantage.
Okay.
Oh, natural one!
Oh, okay.
But I'm also going to do a performance check to see how well she's playing the flute while she's...
That's perfectly fine.
Sorry.
Natural 2! Natural 1 and natural
Wow.
2.
Maybe you should move to that digital dice.
Mm.
Very well. Okay. What is the 11th item in your inventory currently?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
From
on
the top
okay.
to the bottom.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is a potion of healing.
Okay. You can mark that as disappeared.
Me too?
Just her. For now.
Cool.
Mine was my clothes.
Well, you get inspiration now, which is unfortunately a little late. But yeah. Well, so as far as you can see, everything is quite clear tonight. And there's an aurora that starts appearing overhead. Now that it stopped snowing, it's quite pretty. You can kind of see it now. But nothing else seems to be eventful for you while you're keeping an eye out. I do need the other two of you also to roll a. I'd say Dreccik, you're unconscious, so I'd say you just roll a d20. And Ingwe, you can make a perception check.
15.
Okay. 15th item in your inventory. What is that?
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Dude.
Ingwe rolled a 28.
Okay.
My vestments.
Your what?
Vestments. I guess my holy clothes. Holy cleric clothes.
Are they magical? They're not magical. They're just
No,
normal.
they're just normal adventuring gear.
Okay. So you can mark off that there is currently bite marks in them.
Okay.
And Ingwe, for a moment while you're walking back and forth, you're not quite actually looking out. You see two little eyes looking at you. It's almost like puppy dog eyes. Very small. Like the size of maybe a dog. And it's just looking at you. And then it quickly disappears.
Wow. I didn't see who you were.
Are you just about ready to go to bed now?
I was, but I haven't seen many animals around, and I just saw someone. Couldn't see who they were. It's probably a mouse or something. Right, yeah, let's go to sleep.
Right.
Hey, if you're out there, we'll leave some food out. You're welcome to take our food. Take some food. I'll leave some out. Actually, I'll leave some out with the. I'll leave some out for you.
Go into the tent and shake Dreccik awake.
Oh. Does Ingwe like me again? Are we good?
Yeah, I've always liked you. What's happening? Wait. Oh, I wasn't. Sorry, I was confused because I was talking to the tree. I was talking about me. Anyway, don't worry about it. Oh.
As you get up, Dreccik, you also notice that your vestiges, as you call them, are not in its bag. It's just laying on the ground, like someone just kind of pulled it up.
Who's going through my stuff?
Celeste is face down in her spot. Into bed.
I pick it up and look at it.
There's little bite marks, like maybe the size of a ferret, maybe around that size, but it looks more like there's two sets of teeth every time. So whatever creature this is, it has two sets of teeth.
What?
It has like several bite marks, random locations on it. You can see that the color has little bite marks in it, and the sleeves, and one of the buttons look like someone tried to take a bite out of it. It has a little scratch on it, but nothing's damaged. It's just investigated with a curious mouth.
Weren't you guys supposed to be keeping watch? What got into the tent?
Huh?
Something got into the tent. Look, it's bitten holes in all my. I haven't worn these since I was in the temple.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't keeping watch. I was talking to the plants. That doesn't look like a person, did it? See, I think Celeste was just watching for people. She doesn't see people, little people. Wonder what to do that. Wonder what we like. I did see something.
You did?
Yeah, just some eyes of some creature. Maybe look at those bite marks. Looks like maybe a ferret. Ferrets eat meat though. Why would they be eating your cloth? What eats cloth? Usually insects eat cloth.
Don't
Moths and stuff.
Don't moths eat cloth? That's why they have those balls.
Bloody big moths, I'll tell you that. Also, moths have balls?
Yes, to keep them away. Apparently that's what old people smell like.
I don't think John smells like that. Looks
Sean's
over
not
at the
that
sleeping
old.
Sean.
Sean's
Right,
not
well-
that old.
I'll keep an eye out for small little ferret things or gigantic moths while I'm watching.
Right.
Good night.
So the two of you are going to bed, and Dreccik is having the last watch. Is that right?
No, so I only took 2 watches, so it'd be Dreccik and then Jean 4 watches, 2 hours
Oh,
apiece.
sorry, I thought the Ingue took one too. Yeah, great.
I think the whole reason I took 2 was because Ingue was
Ingue wasn't.
concentrating.
Perfectly fine. But Ingue, you finish your spell though, as
Mm.
far as I understand, and it is set in stone.
No, the stone one doesn't take a long time. It's a plant growth.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was the one they were
So I did
trying
2
to concentrate
spells.
on. Yep, no,
I
that's
did.
perfect.
The stone wall takes 10 minutes, so that's been in stone for ages.
Yep,
And then
no
I've
problem.
also, and probably not going to keep doing it, because it was hard and the plants are dicks here. Did plant growth, so all of the plants for a whole year are going to double their yield in
Okay.
a half-mile radius.
That's a lot of firewood. Good. Okay. So you finish that spell, and you eventually go to bed as well. Dreccik, you can also have a watch. You also notice the aurora above you is starting to be very bright. It's shining and it's kind of throwing through the clouds, and it's quite beautiful. You've seen that a lot from where you come from. That's the first time you've seen it since you've not been home.
Yeah. Must be getting closer to home. Been a while. Usually more festive at this time of year. And he's gonna just go to the roof and actually he's not gonna go to the roof, he's just gonna sit near the entrance of the tent and look for small ferret creatures.
Okay, make a perception check. Make a ferret creature check.
16 plus 10, 26.
Okay.
No, plus 12 now. It's 28.
Very well. You see a set of eyes somewhere off in the distance that kind of catches the light a little bit. They are like little puppy dogs, little round eyes. And then they disappear. And then another set shows up and another set, but they all kind of disappear. It's like there's always one of them, at least, somewhere looking at you. And after a little bit of them watching you, watching them, they kind of stop appearing. Can't quite see them because they are quite into the snow, and it looks like it's small enough creatures to hide in the snow.
Definitely things out there, but they're smart enough to know when I see them. I see them.
And you feel a little tug on your side.
Hey.
And there's a little creature next to you. It's a little bit like a penguin, but it has really large eyes. And the mouth is not a beak, it is more like the rest of the body. And it looks at you with big eyes and just kind of whimpers a little bit.
Hello? Are you friend or foe? That rhymes with foe. Did you bite my clothes? Hello? What do you want?
Kind of slowly moves in to where the food is. And it takes a
Oh, he
little
wants-
piece of, I guess bacon would probably be a thing that would be. Like, when you see these two rows of teeth move independently of each other, and it's like a shredder.
You don't eat people, do you? I'm just gonna grab a handful of the meat and just chuck it away.
Okay.
Over there.
Okay.
Oh no.
Can you roll a d20 for me?
20? Natural 20?
What is the 20th item in your inventory right now?
Oh, scheisen. Oh, well, that's 15. So now we move on to backpack stuff.
Buy
My
backpack.
potion of healing.
Not anymore.
Potion of stealing?
It is temporarily removed from your inventory. But you throw some bacon to the little creature. What? Mushroom.
Sorry?
Looks behind you. It points behind you. Like it's surprised or shocked, you're not quite sure.
Insight check before I turn around.
Insight check?
18 plus 8 is 26.
It's definitely trying to make you look the other way.
What? You think I'm stupid?
I don't know.
Go away.
No.
I give you some food. You can go away now.
You hear clunk?
Huh?
And behind you, there is 5 other of these creatures, and they're holding your backpack, and they're standing on top of each other. And they just disperse and just run out of the building into the snow.
Give that back! Do they drop my backpack?
They dropped it because they knew you saw it. They just run everywhere.
That's it! We're surrounded by thieves! We're done! They're stealing my shit! Look through my backpack. I'm guessing I noticed my potion of healing is gone.
Yes. There's a little bit of nibbles on your backpack and on other items that doesn't seem to... You get the idea that they don't really care about non-magical items. The only thing that's been missing is your healing potion. And the other items they've been biting into isn't magical.
They've been stealing everything. You stay away now. I know who you are. You won't get the jump on me again, alright? Right? Alright?
You don't see any more of these creatures in the vicinity. They currently jumped into the snow, wherever they are and what they're doing. And as you turn around, the original one is wearing your glasses and going through the backpack.
Friggin' give me that!
It starts running. Make a dexterity check, I'd say.
Oh no. What is happening? Oh no, just a straight dex check?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you make a running check in this, but yeah.
5?
5. So you're running after this thing, and it's running up the little ramp up to the ceiling, but you can't quite get it. It's just a little bit too fast, and it gets up to the corner, and it doesn't know what to do. And it takes your glasses and it throws it one way and jumps the other way, and just does like a swan dive into the snow. And it's gone.
I'm jumping towards my glasses.
Okay. You jump back into the house, and your glasses are fine. They are not damaged.
Right. I'm gonna walk into the tent, put all my stuff in the tent, and zip it closed.
You hear a nibbling sound behind you. You see one of these creatures sitting on the pile of flyers, just like...
You're going to stay there and only eat the flyers. Without taking my eyes off him, I just sort of reach over and shake Ingue. Ingue?
Hmm?
This... The culprits of the Nibblies? They are thieves?
Do I understand him?
Nope.
What are you doing? We left food out for you. What's he eating?
Flyers.
Pamphlets.
The flyers. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm trying to sleep. Can I put some out for you? And you eat them. And stop eating Dreccik's clothes.
Ah. And my healing potion. And stealing my glasses. And my backpack.
Points to his leg, and the leg looks like it's broken.
Oh, you're injured. Why didn't you just say so? And I just healing word.
Cast healing up. Still looks like it's broken.
Walk up. May I touch your broken leg? I will try and heal you. Hold on.
Points at the door.
Outside? You want me to heal you outside? Are you going to not steal my things? Right, outside. Fine, whatever. Very convincing. Goes outside.
As soon as you open the tent door, its leg snaps back into place, and it just jumps into the snow and just starts.
Zip closed.
No, it's
Sit
weird.
at the doorway and stare at the zip for the rest of my watch.
Yeah, I'm out of sleep.
All right, you go back to sleep. I'll keep watch here. I don't even wake John up for his watch. I take that watch too. I'm just sitting there the whole night.
Go for it. Make it on perception check.
Perception check. Look, a nat one. How perfect. All I'm doing is staring at this zipper, making sure it stays closed.
Well, due to the circumstances of what have just transpired, nothing seems to happen for the remainder of this watch, as far as you can tell.
Whoever wakes up just sees me staring at the zipper.
Your eyes are like bloodshot and like pouring with water because you're not letting yourself blink. You're just
Anyway's definitely not the first one awake today. Stupid plants.
Probably
Stupid
John.
Dreccik keeping them open. Stupid little creatures.
Oh, John, you're awake. Great.
Sean makes breakfast. Well, I mean, I would say that probably both of you two would wake up at the same time then. If usually you're very early anyway.
Yeah, me and Celeste, maybe we get up at the same time.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
It's morning, there's breakfast.
10 more minutes.
welcome into my life.
Unlike-
Celeste like goes outside in her sleeping bag and does the whole like jumping to the fire to like make a coffee, like still in her sleeping bag.
Okay, no problem.
Dreccik just sort of stumbles out of the tent after he notices you two leaving. Does everyone have all their stuff? Oh yeah, are we good?
What do you mean?
There were thieves, the little stupid penguins.
What? And Celeste will go and check her bag and Oh, damn it.
You also have a little bit of nibbles here and there, and leather items and ordinary items. Something made of wood would have little bite marks, and you can see the 2 sets of rows of teeth.
You can see like my eyes are just bloodshot wide like a crazy madman.
He's like one of the burglars from Home Alone.
Well, if we've got an hour or so to kill, feel free to pass me anything that's damaged and I can fix it up for us before we head on the way.
I tried to take my glasses.
Are they broken at all?
I don't think so. You can see out of it.
Celeste will take the vestiges and the bag and all the ordinary items that have like marks or tears in them and just spend some time casting mending on all of their shit. It's just like having a morning coffee.
Yeah, no problem at all. Everything looks good as new.
All right. What's the plan for today? Same as yesterday. See how far we can get with the cart and things. Where do we she'll roll out the map. Where do we think we are? So if we left King's Helm here, and then we'll...
What's that funny wall? Was that like... There's like a funny wall over there.
Is that on the map?
It's the red line on the map between Sightmark and Helm's Court.
Ah, yep.
You're kind of roughly in the middle of that.
It's the border between Helm's Court and Sightmark. So we'll be crossing into Sightmark in about 15 minutes.
Oh, let's just assume those red lines were like not
roads?
Like not physical features. I assumed they were like, you know, like dogs do this thing where they go in their territory and like wee around. I thought it was that, but like the human version. But there's actual wall. Like someone actually built like a little wall on that red line. I haven't seen another wall somewhere like that though. Seems like a lot of effort.
Does it stretch the whole way from like water to water? Like if we're looking at where this wall is, does it stretch like...
On and off. There's definitely some holes in it here and there. It's not a solid wall the whole time, but it is just mostly a marker. Also, in case someone did want to use some of this land, so they know exactly where theirs end.
Oh, so it's more like those like...
It's like if you look in
the
Scotland
British
and
Isles,
something like that. Oh,
just,
yeah.
like,
Just those.
pile the rocks
You
up.
can like literally just crawl over them like
Yeah.
nothing. It's
It's
rocks.
not like a guard. It's not like a...
It's not keeping anything out, really. Like, if you wanted to, you could literally just bash it in and it will fall over.
Yeah, and those walls in those places, because the ground's rocky, so they take the rocks and they're like, damn it, don't want this rock in my field, so I'm going to put it over here. And then it becomes a wall.
Get your rock off of my property.
Get your rock off!
Get your rock on!
Wait, mate! Oh!
So unlike those walls, because this is a competition, they're a bit more spread out, like, because the guy from this side is like, I'm not going to put it on the wall, I'm going to throw it over the wall!
The game is to
Screw
throw
you,
your rocks
no.
into the other one's garden before the other one throws their rocks into your garden. Oh, see why there were so many wars back then.
So the plan, I suppose, is to get... so if we went from King's Helm to the border of Sightmark, I'd say we could probably get to around the Cursed Vale-ish area today, if we keep up a steady pace. And then one more day of travel, and then I assume we get to Silver Shores, and then from there, it's about finding a passage to Itna. So does that sound about right? Like about another 2-3 days until we get there, assuming that we keep the same pace and the same kind of,
That's pretty cool.
We could go a little bit faster today if I use some magic.
It will take you longer if you go around the Cursed Vale, but there is a journey through the Cursed Vale.
Yeah, we just...
Sounds like a lovely trip. If you go out in the woods today.
It's completely up to you. It's more like it's not a forest, so like you can't go through the cart if you didn't want to. There's definitely a path through there. There's 2 cities that kind of connected off each of them.
Have we previously read things like in our reading that we've read, have we read stuff about the cursed veil being like actually cursed with a like thing that's going to kill you?
I'd say no. None of you is actually from this area, so I'd say no.
But we have spent a lot of time in libraries reading stuff.
But usually it's a specific topic that you're after, and this hasn't really been brought up in those conversations, as far as I remember.
Sure. Then we will continue through the cursed veil.
So we'll head up that way, horse and cart for a while. Potentially, Ingue, when we get close in a couple of hours, if you wanted to go on ahead and kind of do a couple of circles around it just to make sure that it's seemingly safe, and then let us know how you go. I can come with you if you twist my arm, but
yeah, you can definitely come. It was really fun. Yeah.
Oh, I guess I can. All right.
But maybe today, rather than like us waiting at the other end for ages, we should travel with everyone else, and I can encourage Renault to go faster, and then like magically, so he's not too super tired, and then after doing that for a little while, we'll fly and we'll look around and kind of spend more time looking.
Yes, absolutely. All right, and then she'll do the usual get in the back of the cart thing while people pack up.
Of course. Sean's
You can do it. Inspiration.
Yeah.
Really annoyed at myself. I made myself yawn before, and now I can't stop.
You also sneezed before, so I think you had the whole round there.
I know. I'm so annoyed.
All you need is hiccups now.
I was trying to like make myself yawn for like thematic effect, and now I've just opened up.
Started the yawn bug.
I know that feeling. But camp is successfully packed up by everyone else than you, and you are on your way again. So are you going into bird form again, Ingwe, or are you staying in the car?
Today I'm going to burn. I'm going to burn some spell slots. I'm gonna go and sit up next to Renault and John, and I'm going to use a pinch of dirt to touch Renault, and I'm going to increase his speed by 10 feet.
That's
for an hour.
That's pretty good. That's probably around like 10% increase or something like that. I'd say. Overall,
25% increase because his speed's 40 and then it becomes 50. Is that right? 50. Oh no, it's only your.
I was using his action. That would be 80. So yeah, sure. He seems to be going a little faster.
So I'm going to burn 2 spell slots to give him 2 hours of fast, and then I'm going to be like, "Hey, Celeste, we should probably scout ahead now."
Oh, all right. Let me just straps everything to her body. I'm ready. Ties her hair up and tightens the belt. Ooh.
Sure. Take off once again to the sky. And you can both make perception checks if you wish to do so.
So I'm going to try and, assuming that at this point we'll get to a point where we're more soaring than we are actually like physically, going to try and use my spyglass to look down towards the cursed veil and see if I can see anything. Is there any werewolves or the trees shaking or is there black smoke pouring out of it? Like, I'm trying to actually, that's what I'm looking for. Is like, can we safely pass through this area?
You can make your advantage roll, and Ingwe, you can make your roll as well.
I've got advantage too.
There you go. Fuck, my rolls are not good. At least I had advantage. Still an 11 with advantage. Rolled a natural 1 and a 6.
That's a lot of ones today, Jesus.
I know, that's like, what, 2, I think? 2 or 3?
3 or 4, I think, because Ingwe had 2.
Yeah,
I had 1.
And you had 1 as well.
I had 4.
I had 1 as well.
I just had advantage on my
Excuse me?
Fuck, so we've had so many ones tonight. Jesus Christ.
Fair. What'd you get, Ingwe?
22 for me.
22. Okay. So with your 11, Celeste, you look down towards the Cursed Whale, and it looks like a forest. The treetops are covered in snow. The ones that aren't are slowly drizzled in snow, not quite covered. There is definitely a path that leads through the forest. It's a bit dense, but it doesn't look like there's anything out of the ordinary. It just looks like a forest.
How thick does it look? Does it look like the trees are like relatively close together, or does it look like is it like rainforesty, or is it more like?
It's a little bit more like a pine forest, where there are some places where you can't quite see from above because the branches just kind of like pretty big. Some places where there's some I wouldn't say oak trees, but more of that kind of flavored trees, and they're a little bit more dense, and there's a lot of bushes and stuff, but it's not like a jungle. Like if you went into the forest and you started walking, you most likely in the forest would just be able to like see for like a long way. But there would be places where there's like little rivers and stuff like that.
Yeah, cool.
And anyway, you see pretty much the same thing, but you can see the path itself is quite traveled in the forest. You can see that there's a lot of track from footprints or from, I should say, carts and such. Yeah. There is some areas of this forest that does look a little bit like it's been destroyed during a storm or something like that, but it's not like the whole forest looks like it's just evil. It just looks like it's a forest. Some parts of it looks like it's been ravaged a little bit. Some of it looks perfectly fine. That's what you can kind of see from there.
Celeste will speak telepathically as well to Ingue. Just go, well, despite the name, it all looks as though it's rather travelable.
Yeah. I think I'd be interested to see what made it cursed. You know, I find sometimes with stories it can be like the cursed veil because, you know, like a boy and a girl walked off and like got married and then they hated each other and then like one killed the other and they're like the curse is just what happened because they had a fight 10 years later and it like the story makes it more interesting than they had a fight. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Besides, one, a curse may be a blessing to someone else. It all depends on perspective.
Yeah, it could be like a racist thing too, like where they're like, it's cursed because the elves live there and we hate elves. Or like, it's cursed because, you know, like the pigs took it over and the wolves the pigs ate the wolves.
It's a twist on a story if I've ever heard one. All right, well, let's circle around and then we can let the others know we're clear to enter.
So, with the travel time you have, the end of your journey for today would either end up with you being on the edge of this forest, not going in, or you can go to one of the villages that is very close by at the end. That's up to you. Just so you have a general idea of directions and time.
I think it was up to Ingue, and I think it is because he's flying. I think Ingue is going to go to the entrance to the forest.
Okay, no problem. There is a village not far away, and you can see people are coming through, and some of them are going into the forest, and some of them are going back and such. But you don't have to stay close enough for anyone to acknowledge you.
Ingue wouldn't be like specifically avoiding the village, but he's just not prioritizing village people over all the other people that'll be in this forest.
That is fair.
So if like Dreccik was like, why don't we stay in the village? Ingue would be like, oh yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, I'll say that a little bit less time passes than last time, and Dreccik and Sean eventually show up with the cart, still discussing game rules. This time it's about Watsy, some kind of dice game.
You roll them, and if
Man.
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you just Watsy. After you yell Watsy. No? No. All right. I'll get the hang of it. Hi, guys. Again.
Just quickly, but while we were waiting, I wonder if I had enough time to kind of go up and speak to one of the people that are going in and out of the kind of wandering around. Like, would I be able to? Do I have enough time to go up and?
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Right. Well, I'll leave Ingue kind of. I'll tell him I'm just going to go duck over here quickly.
It's a young man, maybe in his 20s, early 20s, and he seems like he's a farmer or something like that. He doesn't have a backpack on. He just seems like he's just out for a stroll.
Afternoon.
What you doing? How can I help you?
Oh, I'm just here with my friends. We were just traveling through. Curious name actually. This place on our map. Is it safe to pass through?
Oh yeah, we pass through every day. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Where did you get this interesting name from?
Oh, there's a lot of fog here at night. I think people are just scared. I mean, I wouldn't want to walk through the forest at night in the fog, but other than that, no problem.
Oh, you live around here, do you?
Yeah, I live in the village on the other side.
Oh, what's the name of this village?
Ceylon.
Salem.
Ceylon.
Ceylon. Oh, interesting. Right. Well, do they have an inn and kind of a tavern, place for rest and respite?
Yeah, there's an in there. It's not like like top quality, but there's a little bit of brandy wine, and yeah, it's okay. It's a good place to get yourself knocked out, if you know what I mean.
Oh, well, that's good. Well, perhaps I'll relay to my friends that we're best off camping outside until the morning rather than trying to pass through.
Well,
thank
it's
you very
up to
much.
you.
No, thank you very much for your insight. It's very interesting.
Yeah, all good. Have a nice
Have a
day.
good afternoon.
You too. And he walks off into the forest.
And then I come back and Dreccik and...
Side note: where are the maps in the
World
Discord?
Under the world law.
Yeah, and then there's a thread called maps.
World law, maps.
I'm gonna make it bigger. It pops out. Man, there's so many. Sorry.
Mhm.
And again.
Yes.
There's
Sorry.
a lot of-
Hey, Dreccik, this time I waited for you to come.
Yes. Hello.
Well, yesterday how you were confused about the building the building.
Yes.
The temple, right?
And you were concentrating on the plant spell, so you couldn't really tell me.
Yeah, well, yeah, that took a long time. I don't think I'm going to do that again. Although it is cool. Hopefully, someone comes and takes up residence in the temple, and if they make farms around the temple, then they'll be really productive. Or maybe just the grass will grow and there'll be lots of mice or those little creatures. Maybe they'll become maybe they'll be in charge of the temple. Anyway,
Those little penguin things,
yeah.
they're thieves. They are not to be trusted, I tell you. He sat there with a broken leg, and I, being a nice guy, but not injured, even though you have tried to steal my things, wrecked some of my things, and actually stolen something of mine. I'm going to do the right thing, and I'm going to heal you. And I did healing word. I tried to heal him with words, and it didn't work. And I was like, oh, I'm going to use a different spell to try and heal you. And he's like, he straight up was like, no, outside. We need to go outside for me to trust you to do this. I'm like, okay, let's go outside. I open the tent, and off he goes. He has no injury at all. He's a freaking... I am calm.
Yeah, I was there. I was there when you tried to heal. You woke me up. Remember? Man, I thought that was a weird dream.
I am calm. Let's check out this town. Actually, wait. You wanted to show me something?
Yeah. I changed it a little bit. It's going to be a little bit better. And Ingrid pulls out a small piece of granite and grows another temple. Look, as you can see, I was thinking it's got to be a bit more round, and like rather than a flat roof, make the roof a bit like do me up, but still got to have the hole, because I reckon the coolest bit will be we plant a tree in the middle, and then the tree can grow up and out that hole, and that'd be real cool. Yeah.
You're gonna own houses all over the world. Anyway.
Temples. You were the one
Temples.
telling me about this religion thing. We're gonna leave the flyers and then remember we have a deal. We're supposed to be going around. Does no one even care about their promises anymore?
No. I'll go in and do the markings like I did on the last one. And then, did we leave it? Did we leave flyers at the last place? Yes, we did. Didn't we?
Yeah.
Although they're probably...
Well, no. Here, tell you what. I saw your markings at the last one. Rather than you scratching it out, here,
Right.
if you take this, here, take this, and you draw it.
Right.
Just with this, like this chalk, and then I'll put the story. I'll put the story on the wall. I'll shape it into the stone rather than hacking at the stone.
I'll write it with chalk. Starts writing symbols in chalk all over.
Well, takes you a bit of time, and you start casting once again. Stone wall. And you start creating a little house.
Temple.
Sorry, my offense. Religions these days, It's hard to know if it's a cult or a religion.
Definitely a cult at this point.
And as you do that, nothing seems to interfere. And as that happens, I think we'll have time to have a break.
Maybe I can stop yawning.
Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, let us have a short break, and we will be back afterwards.
Bye. Oh my god, hi! Sorry, I totally didn't see you there. I was too busy hanging out in our Monsters and Mayhem Discord server. Hi, I'm Laura, your friendly neighborhood gremlin, and today I'm here to talk to you about the Monsters Mayhem Discord server. The Monsters Mayhem Discord server can be found by typing !Discord over in the chat. Over at the Discord we do cool things, like tonight's one-shot. That's alright, the cast from today's one-shot were plucked from our Discord like an orphan off the street. So if you want to come and hang out and play Dungeons & Dragons, come do that. We also have not streamed one-shots if you don't want to be broadcasted to the entire internet. We also do that as well. Our mods run kind of one-shots and things like that. Or maybe you're looking for people to play your home game, or looking to form a group of players. Come do that as well. You can poach awesome D&D players from our Discord server. We allow poaching, which is really cool. Or maybe you're a gremlin, like me, who stays up way too late looking at the subtly glowing white screen, trying to finish quests in video games, and you are just left counting down the hours until you have to wake up in the morning, just constantly glancing at the clock and trying desperately to finish that quest before the timer runs out, and then you wonder why you're always tired because you stay up until the sunlight starts creeping through the window. If that's the case, we also have games nights every Tuesday. Come along and play group games with us. You also have the chance to win cool prizes, which is really cool, just for showing up. We have like a leaderboard, and if you show up, you get put directly on the leaderboard. And then if you're a pleasure to play with, or if you win the game, you get points, and those points count towards winning prizes, which is really cool. Or maybe you like dogs, and cats, and reptiles, and llamas. I'm totally serious about the llamas. That's the thing. We have really cool photos of those all up on our Discord channel too. So come look at those. And food. Who doesn't like food? We have lots of photos of food. So if you like recipe ideas, come and hang out and look at those. And we also celebrate birthdays. If it's your birthday, we'll be like, oh, it's your birthday, you're awesome, we love you. So come and do that on our Discord channel as well. Or do you like dice? Can I tempt you with dice, maybe? We have this innate urge inside all of us as Dungeons & Dragons players or tabletop RPG players to collect dice and hoard them up like a dragon. And we post photos of those hoards and really pretty dice and links to where you can buy them if you want to strain your bank account. So come do that if you want to be tempted to blow your life savings. Maybe you play Dungeons & Dragons and have a really cool character concept, or tabletop RPG, really cool character concepts, and you want to share those character concepts with people who will totally nerd out with you about those. Come do that. Or maybe you have a home game and you have this really cool plot point that you want to talk about. Come do that. We really want to hear those stories as well. Just don't let Tom hear any of them because we don't want to give him any ideas, because for reasons. So yeah, come hang out in the Discord server. Lots of really cool people. We're all really friendly, and if you're not friendly, you get a ban. So it's moderated, it's really active. Come hang out with us. We really want to hang out with you. So yeah, do that. Hang out with us. That's it. That's the ad. That's all I have to talk about. I mean, I can keep talking if you want me to. Do you want me to keep talking? I can. What can I talk about? I can talk about that. Oh, that weird growth that I found living under our kitchen sink. That's a cool story. Oh, or I can tell you the story about how Tom found rats and they were like stealing his forks, which is apparently a true story. Like the fork thief. That's really cool. Or I could talk about the time in the campaign where we realized that the big bad evil guy all along was actually this guy named...
Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount.
The following ad read was written by artificial intelligence, also known as AI. We here at Monsters and Mayhem do not endorse any outlandish or nonsensical statements as written by this robot, but we hope you enjoy nonetheless. Hi there. Do you love Dungeons and Dragons? We do too, what a coincidence. That's why we created Monsters and Mayhem, the Twitch channel for all of your tabletop RPG needs. Our campaigns are sure to get your heart racing, and our other content is sure to keep you entertained for hours on end. So come and join us today. Do you have what it takes to be a monster? Subscribe to our Twitch channel to share the love and gain eternal power and immortality. With new videos every week, you'll be able to learn everything there is to know about being a monster. We've got you covered, so come over and join the mayhem. It's been a blast exploring all the gory details of monster mythology with you. I hope you had as much fun as I did. If you want to keep the fun going, you can use your Amazon Prime account to get a free subscription to our channel, or become a hero and gift a sub to another follower. Thank you for staying tuned, and until next time, stay scared!
Welcome back after the break. Hope everyone is still here having a good time, watching our lovely ads, which Laura have created for us. I like the one with the vacuum cleaner. That's a funny one. All right. We are back again, and you are about to bunk down for the night, and you have just created another stone building for your friends, anyway.
Hello, Sean Dreccik. I just ran into someone on the road. I thought I'd try and stop them and see if I can gather some information about the area. Turns out the Vale itself doesn't seem to be cursed as far as they understand. It's more so at night time it gets a little foggy. But there is a town, just kind of up the road there that has a mediocre tavern. If we wanted to bunk down there, or obviously we can continue through. Just thought I'd get a little bit of info before we just.
Oh, you want to keep going through the forest at night?
Oh, we can stay here. I'm just trying to get as much information as possible, just so we know what our options are.
Yeah, that's good. Good. So you didn't go all the way into town to see?
No, I haven't gone there. I don't want to stray too far. It's probably. Can we see it from here?
So just to clarify, there's actually 2 villages, one on each side of the forest. There's one next to where you are right now, and there's one on the other side, which is the one that he was talking about.
Oh, so the one on the other side through the forest is
so he was going home through the forest.
Well, he's actually from the one on the other side here, but there is a village just here as well.
Oh. There's not a worry that we'll get lost in the forest.
I don't believe so. It looks as though it's fairly well travelled. I mean, these people didn't even have any gear on them. They were just walking with just what they had, so it doesn't seem as though it's too much of a treacherous journey.
Yeah, well, I could see Dreccik's over there mumbling about something.
What? Is he right?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah. Gas or something.
Yes, I was just saying.
How long have we got
a lot
until
of around this area?
A lot of villages. Yeah.
Yes.
How long have we got until sunset? Looking at the sky.
For the travel, I would say probably maybe an hour.
An hour until sunset. Well, there we go. We've got about an hour until the sun's fully gone. So if we wanted to set up camp here, probably start doing that now. We'll make our way over to that village, depending on what the plans are. I mean, I feel as I'd be more comfortable in the tent at this point than in some back village tavern, but
Yeah. I mean, it's always fun meeting people, but I think we're focused on the mission, so we should. That's my read anyway. But actually, the other part was to gather information as we were going. Did it seem like the village had information to help us? Just a little.
the person that I spoke to didn't seem particularly well read or travelled. But that's not to say that other people from the area won't be.
No library in the village that we can do some research.
I would probably assume not, but I did not ask the question.
I trust your instincts.
We get there and there's it's just built around a massive arcane library.
Well, sure.
Well, now that you mention it.
Yeah,
Furiously scribbles notes.
The tent's easy enough to set up.
Dreccik's gotten quite good at it.
Yes, it's this one. Poof.
Oh, we're doing it right here on the road. Oh, right.
Is this not where you wanted it? I can take it down again.
It's close to the temple.
Right, well, I'll go in, light a fire. I've still got some of that dry kindling from last night, so I'll go in and we can stay there until we're ready to hit the hay, as they say.
I might go to sleep early and wake up and set the temple up before we go.
Right. Sean, do you mind cooking us something to eat for dinner? Royal Dunkerton? You're good. What do you mean, no?
Here's some bacon.
The horse didn't eat my food yesterday. Should I try again?
Well, perhaps, is there any kind of grass on the ground around here that we can try and coax it to?
It's all sort of cold, isn't it?
Well, we can always heat it up. It's not that hard. Thaw
Is
out the
there
ground.
grass?
Brush some snow aside and see if there's any grass on the ground.
There's definitely grass on the ground. It's a little frozen, but
I can
Oh, good.
I can fix that.
Prestidigitation.
Well, yes, I could do prestidigitation actually.
On every single blade of grass.
I think it's a like a cube, is it not? Either way, I've always got flames that I can just.
Alright.
yep, sure. You can heat up some ground for the horse, and he starts eating the grass, but he does not stop having eye contact with Dreccik while he does this.
Oh my god, that's so creepy. Like a horse whose eyes like on the side of their head too. It's just like.
Ingue, I don't think the horse likes me.
Why not?
Don't know.
Do you want me to find out?
Could you?
Can you talk to
Great.
him for me, but don't tell him that I said anything. Don't tell him that I said. Tell me exactly what he says. The exact words.
Yeah, I'll chat to him in the morning. I can't. He can hear me now. He can understand what I'm saying, but I can't understand. Hey, Reno, do you have I'll chat to you in the morning about it. But Dreccik seems worried about something. But maybe you're worried about something, and maybe that's the point.
I gingerly touch the horse's neck.
I think the horse might be annoyed at my arguing with John.
Oh, over the rules of the game. Oh, I bet it.
Maybe we should. John, how about next time we try and have a more pleasant conversation about something? I love Jean's noises.
There we go.
So Celeste will again take the first 2 watches and then probably wake Dreccik up and then Ingue.
Okay.
I mean, you guys can do it one, but Celeste will wake Dreccik up next.
Okay, make the first perception check.
Because it's a forest, it'll just be straight rolls. Because
Okay.
I'm mainly keeping my eye on that area. To see like, can I hear noises coming out of it? Are there people screaming from the other side of the forest? Like that sort of.
Sure, no problem.
Fuck. Oh no, actually no, that's a 10. I thought there was another one. Oh. 15.
As nightfall appears and the day comes to an end and the night takes over, it does become foggy, as described. It is not uncommon for forests to have fog if they have water in them. It does become quite heavy, and you probably think that you probably couldn't see more than a few feet in front of you. But you see people going through it. You see people coming out of it.
In nighttime.
Some of them are like arriving from the other side. Some of them are heading off, maybe to arrive in the morning. It is a bit of a journey through the woods, but they don't seem to be too bothered with it. Yeah.
Is there anything weird about them, like as they're kind of passing through? Like, do they seem? Are they like talking to each other, or are they all just like silently walking through? Is there anything sort of that's like uncanny about it, or is it just people
So
taking it a bit natural?
the people traveling through now, like they would be on horses, or they would have a cart coming through from the other side, and then they would be parking it and then going to the inn or something like that. There's an inn on both sides, it seems, from what you were told and what you can see. You can make a perception check as well.
13.
Doesn't seem to be anything off or odd about the situation. They just seem to travel through the fog.
Fair enough. Kind of make my way up to the top of the temple. I guess again, this time keeping my backpack like in my lap with like my arms around it, kind of leaning over the side. And then I'll take the next watch as well. If nothing else kind of happens, it's just kind of sitting there watching the path.
Okay. Make another perception check for the second watch.
Switching out my dice because that one's pissing me off. I just rolled another fucking. I just rolled another 8 on this one. That's 2 8s in a row. It's not 30.
You should try digital dice.
Yeah, it's always better.
I just want to see, just for shits and gigs, I just want to see.
Just gonna get a natural 20 now, I swear to God.
No, I got natural 1, so it's fine.
Oh, everything is right in the world.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, so what was your total for your perception check?
13, rolled an 8.
Okay. There is something that strikes you as a little strange, a little different. Not about the fog, but one of these carts that comes out from the other side is very colorful. It's almost painted in gold and reds and blues and such, and you can see that there's a guy in front who's covered in like really thick clothing, like he's used to the cold. He has a little pipe in his mouth, and he seems to arrive, and then he kind of shuts off his, looks like a storefront almost, this thing, and then he goes into the inn and park his horse outside. It looks a little out of the ordinary because it's so bright and colorful, but it doesn't do anything that seems weird. But everything here is just like browns and greens, and it's like a circus.
Is there anything written on the side of the cart, or is it just like pictures or colors, or?
You can't quite see that with that perception check. Maybe, but we'd have to go closer.
Did it sound any like when it was there like jingling when it like came through, or was it just?
It's a bit of a jingle, yeah, like a little bit like some bells and whistles going off when he was moving.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'll wrap up then. So probably like midnight or something at this point, and I'll climb down from the top of the temple and unzip the tent, and as I'm walking past, just give Dreccik a little nudge. Morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
Yes, fine. Doesn't seem to be anything too strange. Nothing's,
No penguins.
nothing seemed. No penguins. There was a rather colourful cart. It's a little out of the ordinary. Arrived not too long ago, actually, probably only 20 minutes ago.
Right.
Nothing too strange about it. Just the fact that it was coming through the woods at midnight, and it was very brightly coloured and sounded like it, was jingling as it walked.
Well, fair enough.
If you go out, you'll be able to see it. It's just up the road at the inn. So.
Yeah. All right. I'll keep an eye.
Right.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. Dreccik takes over the night's watch.
I'll check out the cart during my watch at some point.
So you're gonna leave the camp to go to the cart?
Or I just, in the general direction of the cart, I'll keep an eye and an ear out that way without losing sight of the camp. But I'm also very into looking for little penguin creatures to see if there's any around.
Sure.
18.
Okay. You don't see any little penguin creatures. Doesn't seem like there's any of that going on today. You do see definitely the cart. You do see that there is some sort of writing on it, but you can't quite see it from where you are. It's too far away. The cart is parked a little bit into the village, where what looks like it looks like it's probably an old farmhouse, but now it's in some situation like that. It's not a really big city, a big village or anything. But it seems to be a bright night. The moon is full, and it seems to be casting a bit of light. Other than that, everything seems to be quiet.
Right. It's good. Penguin. Good. Alright. And I'll go wake up Sean or Ingue, whoever's on the next watch.
Anyway, well rested, ready for the day.
So no rest. So no lookout.
Yeah, no, Ingwe. Hello, can you hear me? I'm talking.
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
I can hear you.
Well, it was just because we're talking about your time to take a how should I say, a perception check, and you're like, oh, I woke up very rested.
I am a well-rested perception check man.
I'm a well-rested perception check, man.
So, do you want to do a perception check? Do you want to do a watch, or did you want Sean to do the watch?
Yeah, I'll do the watch.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, because
Just checking.
I've had enough. Because it's the last. That's why we do 4 watches, not 3, right? Is that what it is?
It's just she does 2.
Yeah. But I can do this perception check and still get a long rest.
Yes.
I'll go to wake up Jean and
Yeah,
be like, Jean, it's time for... And he slaps me in the face. All right, I'll leave you alone. Ingwe.
Oh, Watson.
Yeah, cool. Right, let's perceive the world.
Okay.
I'm going to do it in a very special way. I'm going to commune with nature.
Okay.
I'm going to ritual cast commune with nature. Briefly become one with nature and gain a knowledge of the surrounding territory and the outdoors. It doesn't work in caves or in cities or towns, but it does work here. Gain knowledge of prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples, powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead.
Okay. And what is the What is there a range on that or anything?
3 miles.
Okay, that would definitely be the forest there. Let me double check something real quick. Just need to look something up.
Ingwe is doing the spell not necessarily for the forest. Like in his mind, he's like doing it for that funny looking cart.
That's fair.
But if there are things in the forest, he will notice them. Hey, that cart was just a normal cart. What's all the undead doing in here?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what this is.
Oh, is it even a real spell? Is it like a genre? No, PHB 224.
This time it is. Okay, cool. So can you just repeat that to me again? What happens again? Which creatures and such?
If I can choose 3 things, and it takes a minute to choose 3 things, and so I'm going to look for dangerous animals, and then fae and fiends.
Okay.
And then I'm going to look for, if I don't find any dangerous animals, fae or fiends, I'm going to look for celestials, elementals, or undead.
Okay. There is a fiend.
Determine the location. Do I have a
Somewhere in the forest.
not the cart? What?
Nope.
Oh, weird. Does it seem close to where we are, or is it just like hanging in the forest being fiendish?
It's not close. You don't quite know exactly how big this forest really is, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like it's on like the outskirts, like waiting or pouncing or anything. It seems to be somewhere in probably around the middle of the forest, maybe.
Yeah, cool. That's probably where the curse comes from. Wonder what kind of fiend it is. Weird. Can I also then just do like a normal perception check? Oh,
Absolutely.
damn it. We had a break and I didn't get my dice.
It's the lower roll for it tonight. It's going to be a 1.
16.
Nothing weird happens. It seems to be just a quiet, nice night. You're a little unsettled by the idea that there's a fiend in that forest, but nothing pops out. Nothing shows itself. Everything is fine. And you'll get a long night's rest.
Yay, long rest. Again.
I think we were right, guys. Hey, just checking. You did want me to talk to Renault, eh? And I was worried about it last night because I was like, oh, sometimes people are like, oh man, I wish I knew, and then they don't actually want to know.
No, I want to know why Renault is upset with me. Because I'd like to feed Renault, I know horses like oats and things, but I went to feed her oats and him oats, and they didn't eat any of it, and then they're staring at me like I'm sort of annoying them or something. Off-putting.
Okay, good. Just checking, because anyway, I'll go talk to him.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Renault.
You cast commune with animals? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Ingue. How is it there?
Yeah, good. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry that I haven't spent the time to listen properly, to you. But anyway, I came to check with you. I came to check with you because my friend Dreccik, he seems a bit worried about that he's done something to offend you.
Oh, that man. What a scoundrel of a fish-fingered dragonborn.
But fish-fingered?
Yes.
You don't like dragonborn? Are you just generally racist? Is that?
No, I do not mind dragonborn. I just don't like that dragonborn.
What did he do?
The food sucks. It is third-grade oats from some kind of back-alley magician.
You don't like the oats, but
I don't like the back magic addition.
Oh, okay. So we should get some.
Get rid of the dragonborn and give me some proper food.
Some normal food from
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, easy.
I don't need that magical, hanky-panky, weirdy, fanky.
Yeah, no worries. I'll head into. Actually, do you want to? Should we head into town together and you can show us which food you like?
I don't have any money on me, but I like carrots.
You like carrots? Yeah, but we're not going to feed you carrots all. It won't be good for you. Okay, we'll get some carrots.
I mean, sometimes you end up with a little bit of digestion problem, but if he keeps feeding me those oats, I might just open his bed at night, huh?
Carrots are sometimes food, right? Like, I know for horses, sometimes food.
Maybe a bit of bread, maybe a little bit of wine.
Yeah, I was saying this before. True.
You ride me all night, but you do not treat me and take me out for dinner. What is this?
Yeah, deal. Let's do that. Now, breakfast. Not dinner.
Absolutely. I would love some carrots.
Come on, then. Let's go.
All right.
In
Dreccik's direction.
No, towards the village. Oh, hey guys!
Started in Dreccik's direction.
Is there an annoying? Is it distracting that there's an annoying animal sound? Can you hear the annoying animal sound? Oh, good. Like you can. That is annoying.
Oh, I didn't realize that was you.
Okay, good. I will deal with the annoying animal sound. Okay.
So they're going into shop for carrots.
Ingue, what did he say? Oh, good. Oh, okay. Off we go shopping for carrots, I guess.
Yes.
With this horse farting at my face.
Well, I'll tell you, you can easily find some carrots. It will put you back, I don't know, two copper.
Copper.
That's probably very accurate for some carrots.
Yeah. Oh, we better get some proper fodder and.
You found carrots in this season?
Yeah, that's one of the things carrots are good for. They last for a long time. So you just got to stop them from getting moldy. That's why they became. That's why they become good because they could last years. They just get shrivelier and shrivelier.
The lovely horse Renault also grabs one of the wine bottles off the shelves as you're looking at the oats.
He's like in the shop.
You want this? You want this?
Mmm.
Do you want to share a drink with me? How much is this?
That one there is a fine wine. It costs 6 gold.
Right.
Well,
I will tell you this now, shopkeep. I know a thing or two about haggling, and I think 6 gold is a bit too much, don't you? 5 silver.
5 silver? I think maybe you
Close
have been
to 6.
drinking a little bit too much of it.
And 80 copper.
How about I give you 2 bottles for 10?
I don't need buttons.
No, 2 bottles for 10.
Of this?
Yeah, you get 2 bottles for 10. You get
10
one
silver.
for 6. Gold.
Gold. Right.
I have to live. I have a family. I have 4 kids to feed.
That's very fair. See, I also have to live, and I'll take the 2 bottles for 5 silver and 80 copper.
No, I can't do that. That is way too much of a price drop. I have 3 kids to feed.
Horse, do you have any gold?
did we say that
Guys.
Ingue came? Is Ingue there?
Yeah, you're there too.
Yeah. Do I feel like does Ingue feel like this guy's trying to rip Dreccik off because he bought a horse into his shop, or is it like
Make an
it's probably
insight check.
worth 60? Okay, well, yeah.
I don't have this money.
Dirty 20.
Okay. He's not lying, but it is not something that you come across in this village normally. So for him, he believes that it's worth that much because this area here doesn't normally have wine, maybe. However, if you went to Kingshelm and you bought this wine bottle, it would probably be significantly less.
Yeah, but he believes that it's worth. Yeah, cool.
This is
Okay.
he's basing the worth of where it's being sold.
2 for 10. And Reynolds picked up one in his mouth and is like,
Giving it to
drink
Dreccik.
I gave it to Dreccik. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, no worries, Mr. Dreccik. I can pay for that. 2 for 10, but you got to throw in the fodder and the carrots. So.
Make a persuasion check.
While this is happening as well, Celeste is checking out that card outside.
17.
No, I can't do that, unfortunately.
You're not going to throw in the fodder?
No,
on the
I can't do that.
carrots, Okay,
It's
10 gold, 2 copper. Is that what? Yeah, sure. Tell you what, Dreccik, you pay the man 10 copper, I'll pay him 10 gold.
All right. I will
Works
pay
for
you
me.
10 copper.
Very well.
Reynolds,
No.
you pay him 10 poops.
Sorry, I'm out.
Fertilizer. Good.
Did
Yeah.
you just shit all over this guy's floor?
And as a sign of our unending friendship, I give you this token.
What is this?
It's a very valuable item that comes from near my homeland, and if you ever see someone from there, you can show them, and they will treat you with respect and honor.
All right. Puts it on the shelf.
And then it like blooms magically, like it's like a little thing. Like impressively impressive to a person who thinks one.
Oh, he just put it on the shelf. He doesn't even notice it. He's just concentrating on you.
Cool.
For him, it's just like a button or something. It's nothing. He's like, that's a rock. Whatever.
He has no idea what he just did.
No.
Yeah,
Celeste,
let's go.
Celeste, you want to investigate the cart?
Yeah, so I'm kind of going up to it and like seeing what it says and having a look and like, is there someone inside of it? And just kind of doing like a circle of it, basically.
Right. So, there's no one in it. It is locked up like it was yesterday. It does have writing on it. It says Hafnia's Magical Seer.
Hafnia's Magical Seer.
Hafnia.
Hafnia.
Hafnia. It is
That's my-
Icelandic, I think.
Oh, it's in my book. And are there any symbols or anything drawn on the cart, or is it just
Yes,
kind
it's
of
like
like
yes, his name kind of curled across the side of the what looks to be, it's probably like a window or a door that opens up or something. It has all these arcane symbols everywhere, all these geometric shapes and such, and it looks very similar to magical shapes in that sense.
are any of them legit?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a mix between things you've probably seen before and probably haven't seen. The ones that you have seen before, they definitely look like the legit.
Are they relevant? Like, if I was thinking about someone that had like seer magic, are they symbols that's like fire magic, or like symbols that's like necrotic? Like does it make
is a
sense
mix.
in the
It is a mix of all the different magical symbols you can kind of think of, but the majority is like this all-seeing eye above the name and stuff like that. Looks very similar to the eye in the sky that you've seen from not so long ago. But
Okay.
it is just an eye. Like, it's not the specific iconography that you have seen before. It's just an eye.
Is the cart itself, is it one of those ones that has like the door on the back, but there are are there windows on the side of it? Kind of like, what's the overall like?
So there's two windows on both sides of this cart, and both of them are closed off with like shutters. There is a door on the back, and that seems to be locked up. And there's nothing in the front. Like, it doesn't look like you can go from inside it to the driver's seat. From inside, you have to go out and the other way around.
Interesting. Alright, I'll just kind of hang near the cart till my friends emerge.
Sure.
And we've left Jean guarding camp.
Yeah. He's been stolen by now. This is more running off of him on the show. I've seen asterisks, no blitz. Alright. You eventually returned from your little shopping spree. You find Celeste.
Hello.
Interesting. How'd you all go?
Good. I think I'm starting to get along with our friend here.
Oh, that's good to hear. Nothing like animosity in the party to keep things awkward. Right, so what's the plan for the rest of the day then? Are we travelling through the woods? Or are we going to try and go around the outside?
Oh, seems like we should just head through. Everyone seems fine. I mean, I did notice actually last night. I was talking to a tree, and he was telling me about that. There's like a fiend in the middle of the forest. I kind of pointed out the directions. Yeah, well, you know, I can talk to the forest and stuff. Yeah. So.
Interesting. Did that have anything to do with the fog that rolls in each night?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know many fiends.
What you do? I
I
guess
have a
you
friend
know.
that's like a fey creature.
Well, fae aren't fiends.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Well, fae are from the Feywild. Fiends are usually from the fiendish plane. Completely separate. No, completely separate.
Different plane.
Yes.
Well, You know how we were traveling and we like. Maybe he wants to get back too. Maybe we could. Maybe they'll be like an ally. You know how we're taking this slow trip to try and find allies to bring down the.
Curse
do you
City.
think? Yeah.
I would rather not make any sort of arrangements with something that's classified as a fiend, mainly because I do know that, well, sometimes, you know how we struck a bargain? Those bargains are much more detrimental to your morality than the one that we struck, mostly.
Sure. Okay. So avoid the fiend. Okay. Well, we can stop for a rest and have a cup of tea and stuff, and I can check that they're like not coming to get us as we travel if you want, or we can go around. I mean,
Yeah, I'm happy to go through. I mean, as you said, it seems as though these people are totally fine. I mean, they're just walking through, you know, people
Is the
walking through in the
fiend
dead
like
of
a
night.
big penguin?
I've never, well, potentially. I've never seen a penguin, but
Let's ask the locals about this fiend and see if we can.
you want to
I
ask?
want to ask them about this fiend. That's all. They're
Okay.
fine. We keep going.
well, there's also a
Not
matter of
fine.
if these locals don't know about it and everything's been fine. There's also a matter is ignorance bliss? Like, are they going
Yeah,
to?
so we just
you know,
sort of walk in and lean all casually like on the counter and be like, hey, so any trouble around these parts?
Well, you could talk about it, and I could listen to what they're thinking.
True. We could do that too.
Should we go for? Should we stay here? No, that defeats the point if we're going to stay here. We may
No,
as
we're
well
not
just
going to
go
stay
around.
here because it's morning now. Yes.
Yeah, but we could have
Yeah.
gone to the pub at night time. And
No, but we'll just go to the market or something. Just
Okay.
ask a random person.
I think we're in the
It's just-
market.
yeah,
There's
in the
one
market,
shop.
right.
That's
We'll
here.
just-
Yeah, it's like a special.
Let me
goods
just go up
store.
to him, ask if there's any trouble around. You listen to his thoughts. Everything's good. We'll just keep going. If everything's not good, we'll decide there.
sounds good.
Right.
Right. Well, I'll What do you want me to do? Wait here.
Do you want to ask him?
I
Or
suppose.
You
I mean,
fine
he
with
knows
me
you,
ask-
does he not? Should you not just speak to him?
Yes, I suppose he does know me.
Oh, the guy in the shop.
Yeah.
Nah, I think we should talk to someone different.
Oh, all right. I look around for someone different.
Go to the tavern. That's where the owner of this went last night.
Is there anyone just walking along the street minding their own business?
Not at the moment. No, it's still pretty early, so whoever is here is either at the inn sleeping or having a meal or something, or this guy in the shop.
You reckon
perhaps we
people are
can
in
go
the
in-
tavern?
Well, I'd assume so. Why don't we just go in? I can order myself a coffee, ask a question, and then go from there.
All right.
You know what's better? I've got a better idea. Let's go in and sit down, and you and Dreccik have a loud conversation about wondering what the cursed veil is, and whether or not the fiend that I asked the tree about has anything to do with it. And I'll just listen to their thoughts to see if they react to what you're saying.
Yeah, but I think that defeats the whole purpose of the whole if they don't know it's ignorance bliss that Celeste was talking about.
And also,
Yeah.
there's a matter of they might have information that they're willing to share with us, rather than us going, "Oh, I realised that you were just thinking about this. Would you mind elaborating on?" I mean, it sets the wrong tone. I feel as though if we just ask a question outright.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, if you're just talking about it, and then they interrupt you and they say, "Well, yes, that's the Lady of the Wood," then you know.
But what if they think, "Oh, that's the Lady of the Wood," and they don't actually say anything?
Also gives us information.
How about I just ask, rather than trying to be covert? I feel as though we may as well just come straight out with it if we're going to want to talk to them anyway.
Deal.
Right, off we go then. Into The tavern.
You enter the so-called tavern, also known as the Butt-Naked Mermaid. It looks a little bit more like a living room that's been converted, but there is some seats, and it looks like they're almost like in sections of like a booth. But everything is like what you would expect from a little village like this. It's more like it's comfortable enough, but it's not really like fancy. There's the bartender in there who looks to be a man or woman, you're not quite sure, in their 50s. Completely bald, with no real facial expressions. It's a little hard to tell. I'm just standing there in very uniform clothes, like a white shirt and some pants. And there's a gentleman sitting at one of the stools up against the bar, and he looks like he's a little bit hungover, or at least probably had a little bit to drink, and he's like swirling around some cards in his hand. While he's just sitting there nibbling on some oats.
Is this person dressed in any sort of elaborate clothing that would match the cart?
Yes. Similar colors, like gold and purple and reds and blues. It's very bright for someone in a village like this.
I will walk up to the counter in front of the person. Good morning, friend.
Who are you talking to, the bartender or the other guy?
The bartender.
Nice to meet you. What can I help you with today?
My friends and I, we just set up camp outside the forest, and we're wondering if you'd be able to provide us with some morning refreshments just before we get on the road.
Yeah, no problem. What are you after?
Grab some coffees. Does anyone else? Do you want anything? Any food?
Actually, yeah. I have like a meat thing.
A meat
Meat
thing?
or mead?
Meat.
Right, sure. You got some chicken and some pork.
Pork.
Pork. No problem. You got some pork.
Pork sounds good.
I'll just take the coffee. Anything for you?
No, thank you.
Right.
And Sean will order whatever he's.
Well, that was
The
just
vegetarian smoothie bagel, please.
That's just him complaining. My breakfast's not good enough for you, dear.
What about a second breakfast?
In total, I'd say that the meal is probably going to be 2 silver. But you get some coffees, you get some food, and it's well cooked. Like, it's not like this is a dirty place. It's just that it's a small town, right? But yeah, no problem. It takes about 5-10 minutes maybe before they bring out the food. Some of the meat's probably just been heated up. It's not been cooked. It's just been heated up from being cooked. But it's nice. It's a little salted, so it would last longer. But other than that, it tastes fine.
Do you get many travelers from out of town traveling through the woods?
Yeah, no, it depends on the day. Like, we get maybe a few travelers back and forth. Like the mailman, for instance. The mailman's he comes back and forth every now and then. But I don't know. It depends. Especially in winter, it's we sell more food and more alcoholic stuff, but we have the same amount of people, really.
Yeah, I noticed last night I was keeping an eye out. I couldn't sleep. And there are quite a few people still kind of traveling through. Have there been any problems or anything like that of people wandering through at that time of night?
Not that I know of. No one's really told me. I mean, the fog can make people get a little lost in there, but other than that, if you just follow your nose, you should be fine.
People gotten lost and gone in and not come out again?
Oh, it just takes longer to get out on the other side. And then, they get lost and end up dead or something.
No, there's never really been no stories of anything untoward happening. No ominous,
Not that I know of, no. I mean, it's always had this weird name, but I haven't really seen anything happen. No, not really. People just travel through at odd hours of the day. I mean, I know that there's probably some people who, sell some of that mushroom stuff out there from time to time. But other than that, I don't think there's anything really dangerous going on.
Oh, that's good. And she'll take a sip of her coffee
It's
and turn to look at the figure who's playing with the cards.
definitely looks
What about-
hungover.
What about you? So you look to be rather well-travelled. You heard any perilous stories while you've been on the road?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of ghost stories about this place, and I'm just here to investigate if the magic is real, like the curse and veil and everything.
Oh,
My name is Haraf. I am, how should I say, a gifted magical individual who have a connection to the other world.
oh. What other world is that? I'd be rather interested to hear about it.
Spirit world.
Oh,
They
spirits,
talk
yes.
to me. They tell me things, and I can commune with them.
What sort of things do they tell you?
Oh, it depends. Like sometimes it's women who wants to say goodbye to their loved ones, or men who wants to say goodbye to their loved ones, or this sunken treasure is hidden here, and I go and dig it up for them, and then place it at their relative's doorstep and such.
Oh, interesting. Sounds like a lot of work for not much reward. What do you get in return for all these messages that you exchange? Are you
Oh, I do charge a small fee, of course, for my elegant services of spiritual cleansing and exorcisms. Is my specialty. But I don't do that as much anymore. There was some incidents.
Is that what you're doing here? Trying to figure out what? Is there a spirit lost in these woods or something of the sort?
Right now I'm having a breakfast, but other than that, then maybe, yes, I could investigate this magical bloom that surrounds this area.
You were passing through last night, weren't you? When the fog was rolling in. Did you see anything out there?
Not really, no. It was quite hard to see. But I am going to spend a little bit of time here and investigate thoroughly what's going on and charge some fees and get some work and eat. And then from there on, I'll see what happens and if there's anything of truly ominous situations, I will put it in my book.
Oh, you're writing a book.
Yes, I am. I'm writing a book of occult occurrences across this journey of mine.
Where did this journey begin, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, I mean, you'd have to buy the book, obviously. It would be too much of me to give everything away. I've been very forthcoming. Would you like a reading?
Can I just roll a general insight check to kind of figure out, like, is this guy bullshitting? Like, is this whole thing an elaborate facade that he has up? Or does he genuinely think that he has powers, or does he genuinely have powers? I guess, like, I just want to get like a general beat on.
Okay, make an insight check.
This guy. Oh, none of my dice have been nice to me tonight. I'll use this one. Insight. What is that?
Natural?
No, 19. So 24 total.
He seems legit to you. He seems very airy-fairy, but he does seem like he's legit.
Right. A reading of what sort?
Well, I have my cards here with me, and I can draw a card for you, and it will tell me of your future.
Which one?
Well, that's up to interpretation, I guess. It depends on which future you want to talk about.
Go on then. How much will it set me back?
I will give you a special deal.
Right.
2 silver for you.
2 silver to know what the secrets of my future. Seems too good to be true.
Well, I mean, the details, of course, limited, but there is definitely some truth you can hold from there.
Right. I'll bite. And she'll pull out 2 silver and kind of stack them just in front of, kind of between them.
So, what future would you like to know about? Is there a loved one you want to know something about? Is there money or adventures or journey? What is the more specific you are, the easier it is for me to interpret the cards to your understanding.
I suppose there are many paths and avenues that I'd be interested in finding out more about, but how about the one that my friends and I are on now? Will it lead us to the outcome that we're looking for? The path that we're traveling now.
Will your journey lead you to the outcome you are looking for? Current journey. Let's have a look. Pull the card. And it is the star. It would appear that you will be successful in your endeavor. There will be some travels and some things you might need to overcome to get there, but it looks like, as far as I can see from these cards, that your journey will be successful. Whatever that means to you.
Well, success is a success, and I'll take what I can. Just kind of look over towards Ingue and Dreccik and like raise her eyebrows. But thank you very much for your time. It is rather interesting. Are you planning on staying in the area long?
Oh, I will stay for a few days, investigate the area, and move on to Black Hollows. That is my next journey.
Black Hollows. Well, we're off this morning, opposite direction. So maybe our paths will cross again one day. But I guess you already know that.
Of course. How about you, my friends? Would you not like your card reading? It is very cheap for you, and I can definitely tell you the future.
Yeah, sounds exciting.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Wait, you're a mere 2 silver ahead.
I'd
Special
like to-
price for friends of this young lady.
Great.
2 silver. Right. Yes. Good. Have that.
Right. So, what specific part of your life would you like to know more about?
I would like you to tell me if I will see my mum again.
If you will see your mum again.
Mm-hmm.
Pulls out a card, and it looks like he's a little puzzled. That is interesting. It is both a yes and another yes. I don't know why you would get 2 answers to the same question, but whatever that means to you is up to interpretation for your side.
2 yeses. Interesting. Why would it give me 2 yeses?
I am not sure. Do you have 2 mums?
Well, I've got like Mother Nature.
Well, that is it. It is probably just Mother Nature then. Anyway, how about you, my friend, my white dragon man?
I don't know.
That's interesting. What about
how
wealth and
about-
fortune?
How about will I I got nothing. Surprise me. How about you ask me a question and then you tell me the answer?
I will draw it a little bit differently then. He folds the cards out on the table, so it's like a what do you call it? Like a fan.
Mm-hmm.
Point to one of the cards, my friend.
He points like not all the way to the end on the right, but the second last one. That one. Yes.
Right here. Pulls out the card. You will be overcome with strength. But you will die. Just kidding. Just strength. Just strength. Just kidding. I don't have bad news. It's all good news.
I will be overcome with strength.
You will be more mighty than you have ever thought of yourself to become. Whatever that means.
Yes. All right. Sounds good to me.
There you go.
Well, thank you very much for your egregious insight. I
Of
appreciate
course.
it.
No worries. Just remember a full seance with any of your deceased loved ones is 75 gold. And if you need any exorcisms or just curious about a information meeting about such things, it is 10 gold for the meeting, and it is another 50 gold for the actual exorcism.
Wait a second. Can you do like? Do you know how to catch souls?
Catch souls. I can catch souls in the sense that I can communicate with them, and I can disperse of them if I need to.
I want it dispersed, but can you find where they are if they're like trapped?
Potentially. What were you searching for?
Well, my friend, he's back at camp. He's guarding the camp, and looks like nervously at Celeste, like, oh, this feels like a thing I'm not supposed to tell someone who. Actually, I'm gonna like telepathically talk to Celeste and be like, this feels like one of those situations where I want to tell this person something of someone else's, like a truth of someone else's. So it's not a problem because it's a lie, but it's someone else's truth, and will help them get information. But I don't want to tell someone else the truth.
Celeste will just kind of clear her throat and go, it's good to know that it might be a possibility should we ever require those services, and at least now we know who you are should we need to come find you.
Good point. How about we trade gifts?
Trade the gifts?
Yeah. Like I'll give you a gift, and you give me a gift, and then it's a really important in part of my culture, to trade gifts, and then we're always connected, and then if I want your services, I can acquire them again because we know that we're friends.
Sure, I can definitely find something for you. Hold on, this is going to be something very special, very unique for you, so...
No. What?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have something for you. He pulls out his business card.
Yeah.
With all his prices.
With all his prices. Oh, excellent. Can you yeah, I've got one too. And I'll give him like a nut with a flower tied around it.
Oh, this is so beautiful. You're truly a mastermind of giftery. Thank you. I will cherish this forever.
You have very beautiful hair. Can I have a lock to attach to your card?
You want to have a lock of my hair?
Yeah, just a
Go
little
on.
one.
Appease him.
It will cost you another 2 silver.
No, I'll give you a lock of my hair, and then you give me a lock of your. We're trading gifts.
I don't want your hair. Sorry. The pine cone is very beautiful to me. I can keep that for sure, but I do not want your hair. Sorry.
Oh well.
I will
Yeah.
just lose it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, all the best in Black Hollows. Should you require your services in the future, we'll be sure to reach out and find you.
Of course. Well, I am very excited to go there. It's lots of stories of ghosts and deceased individuals who had their lives robbed from them.
Look forward to reading all about it in your book.
Well, it will be out soon. It's labeled as Hafnir's Journey Beyond.
Very interesting. We'll be sure to pick up a copy when we see it on the shelves.
Indeed.
She'll finish the last of our coffee, put it down on the counter. Well, I suppose we'd best be making tracks if we want to get to the other side of the woods before nightfall.
We finished. Oh, you didn't give me the signal. You didn't do the thing. That's alright. I'm confused.
Do it now. Do it now, Ingue. I'm sure it's fine.
No, it doesn't matter. I think that we've gotten all the information that we need, or that we can get from here anyway.
Okay. Do it now.
I cast detect thoughts.
Okay. So just the surface thoughts.
Yeah.
He has a very big headache.
But also, like, I'm gonna get Dreccik surface thoughts because we're distracted, and Celeste surface thoughts, and Dreccik surface thoughts,
Freaking penguins.
and Celeste surface thoughts.
So Celeste's surface thoughts aren't in common, they're in Sylvan. I don't know if that's a thing, but they are just along the lines of like, I want to get going. This coffee wasn't enough. I wish I could get back to bed. This guy, I'm pretty sure, is a hack, but like, that was interesting. Good to know.
Can't
that
understand your thoughts.
Okay, there we go.
I'm thinking all about freaking penguins and like, he's probably still thinking about the things that he needs to think about. So why not just try and think about it now?
I knew we should have gone with the loud argument idea.
Where?
What about the barman?
He's like, I just want to eat some cake. That's it.
Same, Barman, same.
And what about the invisible person in the corner that I can hear his thoughts now?
Well, interestingly, no. No.
Interesting you mentioned that. No.
Which one? No, not this time. It has happened once before, so.
Yep. A couple of times. Yeah.
He's joking, but he's not.
Right, well, should we make tracks then? I'm sure Jean getting rather antsy being left by himself.
Doesn't like being left by himself, does he?
Well, I just don't know how I feel about him being left by himself, what with everything that's happened to him lately. The longer he is without friendly contact, the more opportunities for... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's make tracks.
Ah, we could do the thing if you're worried. No. If you're worried about that fiend and you want to skip over the forest, we could always spend today flying.
No, because we have to have the cart and the horse and everything. It's too much of a... Doesn't matter. They said that it should be fine during the day, so as long as we can kind of make our way through.
Okay. Well, let's go then. We'll do the first couple of hours. I'll make Renault go faster, and then once we're through the forest, we'll fly up again.
Right.
Oh, we'll stick together through the forest. Is that a good idea? Is that the plan? We'll stick together through the forest. Once we get out of the forest, then we'll do the fly ahead thing and make camp.
Yes.
Deal.
That sounds good.
So who's driving the car?
John.
Can someone roll me a d20 for Sean's driving?
Who wants to do it?
I don't have any dice.
I can do it. I'll do it. Do we know
You
what his
wanna
wisdom modifier is?
It's pretty high. I'm just gonna try to find it here.
It's
That's a natural 13.
Oh, good.
I'm sure his animal handling, like I'm sure his wisdom is quite, because that's like survival and all that.
I
Yeah,
only
it's
rolled a natural
usually
14,
yeah.
so it's alright.
Come on with your animal handling. Opening an app up takes forever. Animal handling is +3.
Okay, so that's 16 still. It's not bad.
Right. 16. Yep. You start heading off into this cursed veil forest. And as you travel through, it seems to be an ordinary forest as far as you can see. You're making good pace, and there isn't much stopping you in the first half of the journey. It is a bit of a journey through the forest, and the majority of this time, everything just looks the same. Like, it's just the same trees, the same rocks, it's all the kind of... It doesn't look like you're going in circles, but it definitely looks very unified. You don't see any bodies or any leftover dead people, anything like that at all. In fact, everything seems like an ordinary forest. There is some trees as you get a little bit closer towards the center that are kind of broken off a little bit. Looks like the storm, maybe a lightning. But doesn't look like creature has broken anything. Doesn't look like anyone set anything on fire. So everything pretty much seems as normal.
And when we get to the middle of the forest, I will again ritual cast Commune with Nature.
Okay.
And this time, very specifically, only looking for fiends.
Okay.
And fiendish buildings.
Fiendish buildings.
And I can
What is
pick
that?
three. I can pick 3 things. So
Is that a
I'm gonna
warehouse?
pick the other things. Like, well, it might be the fiend's house, or like
Right.
the hovel that the fiend.
Look at
comes
that!
in.
It's a Baba Yaga house. No.
And then the pets, if the fiend has any pets.
Okay.
That's
So
fiendish pets.
this fiend or whatever it is a little further in, more than the middle. There is also definitely another creature, which seems to be of a cat nature. But I don't think you get more information about what that creature is than that, as far as I remember.
Location is more of the it's a very, so like the example is, for example, you could determine the location of a powerful undead in the area, the location of a major sources of safe drinking water, and the location of a nearby. Like, it's very much alike. The trees are like, psst, off there, rather than it like.
But,
it's
so,
more about location rather than who and what and description. We're not having a conversation. They're just like.
oh, well. So you get the gist that further in there is something fiendish that seems to have some sort of cat companion.
And does it feel like we're like walking into their moors, or is it like further in off the path?
It feels like it's on the path you're heading.
On the path we're taking. So, Miss Celeste, you know, I've just, sorry, were you talking to me? I haven't really been paying attention because I've been paying attention to the nature.
No, you're right.
You know how I promised to do that and find out where the fiend thing. The trees are kind of saying we're heading directly towards them along the path.
Celeste will kind of look around and determine if there is alternate routes available, or like, would off-roading, obviously, in this forest be like very difficult with the cart? Like, you have to follow the path, basically.
Make a survival check.
Oh, it's a
I'm good at survival
21.
checks.
Not bad.
21, that's pretty good. Off-roading is definitely off the table. if you do that, you break the cart for sure. There's nothing clear. It's not like that's even been traversed. Like if you're a lumberjack, yeah, sure, you can go in and chop down some wood and stuff like that. But anything with a cart or even a horse is
The path has been
problematic.
designed specifically as the way through the forest. Like it's specifically been like
Yeah.
this has been cleared out so that you can get through. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been cleared out on purpose because taking the long way around would add an extra half to a whole day. So it's just been like that for a long time.
Well, seems as though that's probably going to be our only option unless we'd like to double back and then add time to our journey and potentially lose an entire day.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure what option we have rather than heading straight down the gullet.
We could like sneak ahead or something. Like we could sneak and have a look.
We could go and try and. Did you know approximately how far ahead it is? Should we potentially hold up with the cart here, and I can kind of go ahead and see what there is? I mean, maybe it's just. I mean, it comes out at night. Maybe it sleeps during the day, and I mean, people travel all the time through the woods. I can't imagine. They said there are no stories or anything, so.
It's about another 5 more minutes of journey traveling in.
Just go have a look. What's the worst that can happen?
Get eaten. Killed.
Nah,
horribly.
I think
I
that's
think
the thing. Because we could fly. I think we should stick together. Like, let's just go together and be prepared.
We're just having a look. If it seems a bit, I think we then we. Yes.
Well, I don't feel as though we have much of a choice either way, so I mean, may as well. Sticking together is probably the best plan.
In terms of being sneaky, how about if you and Jean hop off the cart and like sneak behind, and me and Dreccik can sit at the front of the cart and be very loud and obvious, so that if it's like loud and obvious people get attacked, then you can help us.
Oh, so if like Jean and I actually move off the path and walk kind of alongside it in the woods as you guys are traveling forward, if we go in maybe 10 feet in either side, that's not a bad idea actually. We'll kind of be on your flank towards the back, 10 feet off the road.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Right, Jean, sounds like something you'd be able to. Right, you take the left side, I'll take the right.
Okay.
I'll hop down off the back of the.
I whispered it in Grey.
So who's scouting ahead here? Celeste and Sean?
So we're not scouting ahead. It's like the cart is going on the road, obviously, as a cart, being like, "Oh, what a lovely morning to be traveling through," and then Sean and Celeste are kind of like maybe like 20 feet back behind, so on like either side of the cart, like kind of bringing up the rear.
All good. You can all make a perception check.
Perception check.
Do you want us to make stealth?
And that one fell on the
If
floor.
you're trying to stealth, yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we're trying.
Natural 20!
Nice.
Or a total of
29.
Well, I also got a 29. It just wasn't natural.
So high dice rolls.
I got 17.
So what did you get for stealth, Celeste?
I got a 25.
Okay.
Does anyone know what? Do you have John's modifiers up? And I can.
Oh, I'll just leave him. That's
He's
it.
got an advantage for that. He's got an advantage too in snow. Like he's. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, if he was here, he would have.
Don't worry about
crap, So.
Yeah, don't worry about him. And you two, what did you get for perception, Celeste?
Oh, perception. Oh no! Fuck me, perception. No, 8.
Okay.
Roll
You
2.
two focus on not making noise to really notice much.
She's looking like at her feet to make sure it's not crunching on things.
So what you do notice, Celeste, I'll start with you because everyone else got like fucking X-ray vision. You, from where you are, you can see that there's a little shack on the side of the road, not far up. It's not too big, but it's like house-sized. It has windows, it has doors, it looks like a house. That's what you can see from where you are. The two of you are on the cart, both of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So what you can see is there is a little shop coming up, and it's called Maddie's Moon Pies. And there's a little cat that seems to be laying next to the shop, and there's like almost like a window that's open where you could like have something handed out to you, or someone could hand you something, and it looks like there's an elderly woman there.
Yes. Excellent. Up within the forest. Can you see it, Dreccik? You noticed-
Yes, there's a little shop over there, Ingue. Shall we go check it out?
I think we should.
As you stop the car, she comes out in front of you on the street, and she pulls out these two flags, and she's like waving them like, "Congratulations, you have arrived at my shop. This is the halfway point. Would you like to buy some pastries?"
Yes.
Pastries. You sell
Oh.
pastries?
It is delicious goodies.
Excellent. Pastries is.
I'm
You did
afraid
promise Renault pastries.
Oh,
I know he asked for wine, but
Yes, I haven't had a customer in days. She goes back in behind the shop and closes it. So, what can I get you, gentlemen?
what
Well, I
kind
don't
of
have
pastries
much
do you have?
money on me, so what is it?
Oh, that's not too much of a problem. But I do have a few different options. There's a little bit of pie with some meats. There's some pie with some savory goods. I would have a bacon pie if you like that. I also sell ordinary stuff, like I have here some blueberry muffins. And I have this, which I call it a chocolate bar.
How much for the blueberry muffins and the chocolate bar?
The chocolate bar is going to be 2 silver, and the muffins are a gold. It takes a long time to make them, I'm sorry. And you, young gentleman, can I have your name, Mr. Dragonborn?
Can I hear
Name?
this? Can
You're
I hear
a
this
little too
conversation?
far away yet.
Perception checks. Yo.
Insight? Why does she want my name?
Can you have?
I've had this conversation with Ingue and John, but I don't think I've had it with Dreccik.
No, because remember he
Oh.
he did it with the
Okay.
Oh no, that
Just
was
asking you
artists
for your name,
before,
that's all.
wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Specific words though.
I'm gonna look at Ingue. Just. My name is Brendan.
Brendan, that's a nice, lovely name.
Yes.
Ah, that's very interesting. Well, do you want some chocolate? I have some testers, if you know what I mean.
Your chocolate. Yes, I have heard of chocolate.
She grabs this. It's like a jar, and she kind of hands it almost to you, where there's little pieces of chocolate in there you can take out. But as she hands it to you, you can see her hand is like enormous compared to what you normally would think like a human hand would be. Here, have one. They're delicious.
My, what big hands you have.
It's so I better can bake. I love baking so much. Now you would have arrived, Celeste, at this point.
Yeah, excellent. Unfortunately, I mean, Dreccik, please do take one of the chocolates.
Yes, please, here, have one.
I'm really sorry. Dreccik, as you know, Miss Celeste has told
I
us.
thought you said your name was Brandon.
I am Brandon.
Oh,
Brandon Dreccik.
Brandon
He calls
Dreccik.
me by my last name.
All right. I mean, it doesn't matter, but I'm just curious why you would lie to such a sweet old lady as me.
I haven't.
And
lied.
Ingue, you hear in your head, do not give strangers in the woods your name, especially not names of others.
Yeah, I knew that.
It's not nice to whisper, darling. Come out from there. Would you like some chocolate too?
Well, unfortunately, Miss Celeste made a rule, and her rule was that we weren't allowed to eat until supper time. And,
Oh, you don't have to eat it now. Don't worry about it. Come on, Celeste.
You just gave. Why are you telling her everyone's names?
Why is it such a big deal? I'm just asking you for your name.
Yeah, but okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. When we meet strangers, we do this checking thing where we don't tell you our real names at first. And then after we're like, yes, trustworthy. That's when we tell you our real names.
That's
just
very
a
clever.
safety precaution. I'll tell you that now.
No,
That's very clever. I think you misunderstood something, though. I'm not a fae. Not
Yeah, we
anymore,
know.
at least.
I know.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna steal your names.
The trees told us you're
I
a
just
fiend.
wanna. Ooh, that's not a nice thing to call
I've never
me.
met a fiend before.
I'm just trying to sell some candy, some chocolate.
What goes into candy like this, by the way?
I thought you'd never ask. Come on inside, I'll show you. She opens the door, and you can see the door itself is also a little bit larger than it probably should be. Come on, Mr. Brandon Dreccik. I'll show you how I do my baking.
But we've got to go see Miss Celeste. She said once we got to the other side of the forest that that we could eat supper with her. But she's waiting for us on the other side.
You can go eat supper with her on the other time. I will just show you how I cook and bake. Is that so much to ask, Mr. Brandon Dreccik?
Look. I think I'm going to go inside.
Okay.
Is she standing outside?
She's standing inside the little shop, and she opened the door up and asked you to come in.
Right. One second. I'm gonna turn to Ingue and go, are you sure she is a fiend?
Yeah, I'm
Right.
just not sure.
I cast Magic Circle on the ground.
Okay. And what does that do in terms of her here?
You create a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on a point on the ground that you can see within range. So I'm going to center it on a point that she can't leave through the door or leave through the window. And
that one will be.
I'm going to choose fiends, and the creature can't willingly enter the cylinder by non-magical means.
So you can use that. It's like putting a pillar somewhere she can't go in and out of. Right?
Yeah.
So
Wait,
you
so she
wouldn't be
can't
able
go-
to block both the window and the door because there's multiple windows, and then there's a door and the big window. You can block the big window and the door if you want, but if she wants to crawl out through the window in the back,
She can crawl out through the back if she wants, but the big window and the door in front of us are blocked.
And but she could misty step through it because it's magical.
Yes, she
She
can
can
misty
see through
step
it,
if she wants to, but she can't just walk through it.
Okay. You cast magic circle on the ground.
Right.
What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. Sorry, lady. Could I just have another piece of chocolate? I think we'll be on our way.
Sure. So hand you this jar of chocolate once again.
But she has to come out to us.
Oh, so you blocked so she has to crawl out through the window then.
Yeah, if she wants to come out to us, she has to go out the window at the back because she can't come straight to us.
Okay. So she tries to go through and she realizes there's this magic field. What? That's not very nice. I don't like that at all. I'm just trying to run a stop. Why is everyone so pestering? Why is this little dragonborn such an annoying little... Anyway, good customer service, first of all. She goes through the window, and the back of the door on her building just comes off. And she comes out to you with this jar. Hands it to you.
Have a piece of chocolate, Mr. Dragonborn. It would be awfully nasty if you didn't have one before you left.
You know what? You're absolutely right. I'm going to step into the circle and try and drag Ingue with me. And then I'm going to be like, right.
Sharp.
We've already got chocolates though, right? Like as part of this.
Yeah,
like,
I've got a piece of chocolate.
Taking the chocolates, haven't eaten them, save them later because we're going to go see Miss Celeste on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She looks very angry that you have now taken over her shop and are standing inside it.
Yeah, we can go inside her shop for a second and just...
Do you want to go inside her shop?
No, as long as, like, the magical circle's probably not inside her shop that
Oh, yeah,
far,
but
but we can
front.
at least have a look inside.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're going into the magic circle, you have to go into the house.
Alright, yeah, well, we're going
Because
into
else
the
you wouldn't be
magic
able to
circle.
block her from using it. Okay. She comes around the other side and she like crawls in. Is there anything else I can help you two gentlemen with in my shop?
Well, actually, you've been so pleasant and so nice. And we
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. And we haven't given you anything.
You've
So-
given me plenty to think about.
Well, I was thinking your shop doesn't look very solid, and if you would accept it, if you would let me know your name, I can help you build. I can help you build your shop better. So why don't you tell me your name?
I'm Maggie.
Maggie. Oh, of course, it says on the shop, Maggie's.
It says Maggie.
Mud pies. Oh, Maddie's. Mud pies.
With a D for death.
A D for death.
Two D's for death, really.
2 D's for death.
Yes.
Maddie's mud pies. Well,
Moon pies.
so
It's really hard to write it any larger.
well, if you'll accept the gift, then we can take some of these chocolates and some muffins. Oh, actually, the blueberry muffin. I wanted a blueberry muffin. Can I have one?
Well, you can buy one. This is a shop after all.
Yeah, 2 silver. But I was thinking we could trade. Like I could build your shop for you, and you could give me some muffins.
No, thank you.
Can I just look around the shop that we're in and see if there's anything, like, out of place and bad?
Roll a perception check.
You see in your head, what are you doing? Get out of there.
18.
18. There's a lot of different things in here. There's definitely some jars that looks a little bit weird. Like, why is a baker having a jar with like pickled lizards? What is that? Is that a toenail or is that something else? Not quite sure. There's definitely a lot of weird things in here. But there's also a lot of baking goods.
Look,
A few
lady.
shrunken heads and stuff in the back.
Did Celeste cast sending to send me a message in my head?
I don't know if she did.
It wasn't. It was just message. It wasn't sending.
Alright, okay. I'm just gonna poke my head out and like, I think you'll be safer in here with us, just so you know. Alright, we're just gonna go back to this lovely lady now, alright?
Okay, I would like to have 10 muffins and 10 chocolate bars, please.
I would like some money then.
Yeah, for sure.
Are they ordinary muffins and chocolate bars? They're not gonna, like, curse us or anything.
Why would they curse you?
Well, it's just a simple question, lady.
Does this not look like a normal bakery to you?
She's not answering now, is she?
No, you're not gonna get cursed from eating my muffins.
Is that all?
I think that was an honest answer.
It
That was
wasn't
your
honest.
question, wasn't it?
Well,
Anyway.
I mean, nothing else bad's gonna happen, yeah? Just,
Dreccik,
just normal.
Well, if
Normal
you
muffin.
eat a muffin and you choke on it, that's not my fault, but there's nothing in it that will choke you.
But is
Nothing
it
in the-
just a normal blueberry muffin?
Nothing in the muffin strip.
Why is it so hard to run a
Brandon,
business out here?
Is it just a normal blueberry muffin and normal chocolate?
It is my special blueberry muffin. It tastes delicious. But it is harmless.
Okay, I would
Is
like
it harmless? It's
10
harmless?
chocolate bars and 10 muffins. And I will pay for them.
Please.
And Ingwe holds out his hand inside the circle
Okay.
with the money. Here, you bring the muffins, and I'll.
Thank you. Would you like a goodie bag as well? They have little flowers on them.
Yes,
Alright, that's another silver, please.
sure.
I'm so happy I made bank. She puts all this stuff into this bag and she hands it to you. Here you go, Mr. Ingwe.
But how do you know his name? I didn't say his name.
Pretty sure you did.
Oh, did I? Shit.
Yes.
How do you know his name? Oh shit, it was me, wasn't it?
Here you go, Mr. Ingwe. Have a nice day.
Yeah, just give me the bag, and I'll give you the money.
Just holding out the bag for you.
But I'm like in the circle that she can't go in.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were reaching out and gave her the money.
Yeah, I thought you put your hand outside.
I thought that's
Oh,
what
a
you said
hand
before.
outside the circle. Yeah, that's okay. I'll do your thing instead of
But,
that's my plan. My plan was to like be in the circle and be like, sure.
okay. She hands you the bag at least. If you want to pay her or not, that's up to you.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll just do it.
So you give her the money. Just checking.
Oh, yep. Happy to pay. Was trying to wind her up.
Yep. Okay.
I think we'll do that. She'll be frustrated, and I'll give her the money.
Thank you very much. Now, if you would please get out of my shop so I can continue my work.
You know what? I don't trust you, but I don't think you're doing us any harm. So, I mean, you're obviously not what you claim to be.
I'm a baker. I never said I was. I wasn't anything else.
You're not actually an old woman, though, are you?
Well, that defines the passing of time. You know what? Don't worry about it. Dispel magic. Anyway, please exit my humble abode,
Sure,
Mr. Brendan Dreccik.
let's go.
Will do. Off we go.
Have a nice day.
Come on,
too.
Luna. Let's go.
That's not Luna. What are you talking about?
Anyway. It seems to be over.
Come on, Celeste. Come on, John. She knows you're there already. Let's go. I mean, not
Bye
John.
bye.
What a
Have
lovely
one
shop.
for the journey.
What a lovely woman. Imagine trying to run a shop in the middle of the forest.
Very strange.
Did we see a cat?
The cat was up front. So, about 5-10 minutes later, you get further into this forest, and you start seeing the trees thin out. You can see through the forest on the other side that there's a little village known as Ceylon.
Celeste pokes her head, kind of, she like climbs onto the cart, goes toward Ingue. We've had this conversation before, but if I ever hear you giving my name to strangers again, you and I will again have problems.
I didn't mean to.
I'll be absolutely honest, Celeste. I also accidentally gave her Ingue and John's name.
But I
Don't you
tried
have
to
to-
kill
So 2 for he did. He
Don't you
gave
have to
away two of
give
us.
people? Yeah, I'm confused about the
Either
magic. of
way,
it.
it gave away 2 of us. So we were both completely and totally equally at fault.
Don't you have to give someone your name? Like, isn't it? It's not about knowing the name. It's about being given it. Or is
No.
it just that they know your name?
the knowledge.
If you know their name.
It is
Where I
the
come
word
from.
of saying, "Can I have
Mm.
your name?"
But if someone gives someone else's name, anyway.
Mm.
I know from the cast demon spell, but it's like.
It's an interesting one. Yeah.
Mm.
If my name is mine to give, do you understand?
No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
If in doubt, you can refer to me as Sarah, and I'll know that you're talking about me.
Yeah, or Jam.
Yes. But where I come from, one of the very first things that you learn.
Also, I'll be honest with you, Ingwe. I don't think we should eat that food.
Well, I thought actually was I tried to cover giving Celeste's name by being like, that's not Celeste. We're going to meet Celeste somewhere else. To be like, but I don't think it worked. But I
mean,
know that she
heard
can check these, and actually I can check these. Oh no, I can check them tomorrow.
Well, would you like me to check them now while we're traveling? I'm doing nothing back here.
Yeah, that'd be good. Do you want to check the food?
Right. I'm down on this scarf.
Honestly, I thought that encounter went rather well.
Well, who's eating them?
I was joking. You said scoff.
John's just
Oh.
Scoff at that.
When the DM controls one of the play.
Oh, that would have been an interesting command.
Actually, before I hand them over to Celeste, I'm just gonna detect magic.
Right.
Or
Okay.
detect magic generally.
So, detect magic would pop up and say that they are magical. There is magical essence in these. I'm not quite sure which school that would be.
Necromancy.
The school of poison.
No. Let me
That's
see.
alright because Celeste is. Yep, and Celeste can identify them, so we'll get there.
Honestly,
I agree. They're definitely magical muffins and magic fudge. No, chocolate. What did you call it?
Conjuration.
Conjuration.
Conjuration magic.
I wonder what they do.
Well, I continued to ask her if they were normal muffins, and she definitely didn't say they were normal.
What do they do, Miss Celeste? Well, let us know. We'll keep going.
Take me about a minute.
Right. So, there is magical essence in these muffins. It wouldn't quite be qualified as a magical item, but if you were to eat them, they would send you into a bit of a sugar shock, but pleasantly. They're just really delicious baked goods.
And it's definitely won't imbue with any sort of curse.
You can make an Arcana check as well if you want.
Let's double check something.
No, Ingwe, I think we handled that situation rather well. Don't you?
Heaps.
Apart from the name thing, like
Oh, the name thing, we can definitely work on
we'll
that.
work on the name thing.
It was a total clusterfuck. Anyway, what did you roll say?
24 for alcohol.
You do not believe that there's anything otherwise magical about these muffins and chocolate bars and such. They are just what she said. They are not quite just a muffin. They are something more, but they're not dangerous, as far as you can tell.
I definitely won't poison you. Apparently, they do taste rather good. But I feel as though there may be some sort of a withdrawal effect.
I've never met a fiend or heard of a fiend that didn't want to just kill you in some way or another.
I mean, that's the only fiend I've ever met, so
You've
I mean,
already
it's the
met
only one I've
fiends.
ever met, so
people are
maybe
very
it's all just
misunderstood.
stories.
It's a very judgy world, this one.
Maybe if we see her
That's right.
again, I'll be a bit nicer instead of trapping her in her house.
She'll be fine in a little while, won't she?
Oh, I'm sure. She seemed to be very good at controlling her temper.
Right, well, let's, I can see the village from here. So make it out of here before the sun falls.
Definitely make it to the next village as the evening comes to a close.
Are we going into the village again, or do you want to camp outside?
I suppose that's, it's up to you. As I said before, I feel as though I'd be more comfortable staying in the tent than I would in any of these kind of smaller villages, but if you'd like the safety of other people around us, then we can go there.
Oh no, I much prefer being here.
We're not too far away. Maybe if we just come off the road a little.
You will have to pass through this village to exit out of the forest, but you don't have to stay there if you don't want to. But just because you do come out, I will just ask you to make a perception check if you want to have an inspection of this as you pass it by, just so you have the option at least.
Yeah, we don't mind visiting the village.
No.
We just don't want to sleep in the inn.
Celeste?
I can't see fucking shit today. It's another natural one for perception.
Wow.
All my perceptions have been like 1s and 2s.
The little penguins
had
have
some
stolen your
blueberry
eye
muffins,
drops.
Yeah.
When she was holding it, she was accidentally sniffing it. Alright. And Ingue?
16.
And Dreccik?
24.
This village does look like there's a little bit more people here than in the previous one. The inn looks like it's bigger. It looks like a real inn, this one. This one's called the Bare Naked Mudman. Looks like a franchise.
If all the villagers around here are bare naked.
There's a town guard in this village. It looks like he's long past the expiration date of the uniform he's wearing. And it looks like it's a little tight, but he is present and he's walking around eating an apple. Keep him out. It is coming closer to night. There is some lively events going on in the inn. Looks like some dancing, some music. But it looks like a happy little village.
Well, do we want to go to the tavern for dinner, maybe, and then come back and sleep?
Yeah, I'll go set up the camp.
That sounds fine. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you order us some dinner, Celeste? No people for me.
Oh, hang on. I grab one of the bottles of wine and pop it open and just give it to the horse.
Ooh.
Is that...
You're welcome.
should charge people to watch that. Oh dear, I should have waited until...
Maybe I should have untied the horse.
Right, well...
Well, I think the
You,
horse will like me now.
How are we going to get the horse back to camp now?
We're at camp.
Oh, I thought we were still in the
Andre?
village.
Oh, we haven't gone anywhere.
Wherever you want, that's fine. It's just a visual thing. Wherever you want to go.
Right, well, I'll go down to the tavern, order dinner. If you guys want to meet me there, one of you set up camp, and then I'll meet you down there.
Yeah, we'll meet her at the tavern at some point.
I'm gonna build another temple.
Okay, you build another temple in the middle of the village. Sure.
No, on the end, not in the village, like near the village, on the outside. We're going on the outskirts, so we can be on the outskirts. That's what we wanted, right? We're gonna camp not in the village, but
near the village.
Yeah.
Sure. Right. Celeste, you go into the inn and you get some food for everyone.
Yes.
It's like it's a very lively place with more than one level. People playing on the piano and having a great time. Some women dancing and some men dancing with them, and it seems like it's a pretty how should I say, engaging place for such a small village, and it definitely seems more up to scratch. If the other place you went to had maybe 1 star, this one was definitely 3. It's a little bit outbacky, but it is definitely functional and has a better menu.
Right, well, I'll make sure to order Ingue some sort of a vegetable medley plate. And then I will order maybe just like a turkey leg and vegetables for Dreccik and John.
Sure. I'd say it'll be another silver.
I will also order myself a bottle of wine.
Okay. The wine would be 2 silver. A lot less than where you just came from.
Right, and then I will hold up in the corner, and as I'm waiting for, I'll kind of just find like there's like a booth seat, or there's like a table that I can clear. And then I'll just, as I'm waiting for the others to arrive, I'm just going to keep an ear out for conversation in the tavern, just see if I can pick up on anything interesting as I'm sitting there, waiting.
Okay. There's a lot of static at the moment. A lot of these people are just talking about their everyday life. I'll make you roll for it. There's not really anything in that sense going on that would be interesting to you. They're just talking about ordinary things like, oh, they went to work and this guy was a jerk, and oh, I sewed this and I'm learning this, and kind of stuff like that. It's a very ordinary village. Much.
Cool.
It's also a place that has rooms available if you wanted to. It's not like the other one. I didn't really have much space. Okay. You end up getting your food, and the other 2 gentlemen, I guess, finally arrives. Have some dinner together.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, one of you want to dance with me?
Hey?
Do you want to dance?
Yeah. I love a dance.
Doesn't know how to dance. Really?
Come on, I'll show you. It's not that hard. Celeste will take Dreccik.
Okay. You are kind of dancing. You're moving to music, at least. That's what you do, right?
Do.
They
Don't
do
step
this.
on the feet of you do.
I imagine Dreccik and Ingue's dancing is like very different to one another. Like Ingue's
I feel like
like
Ingwe is more like a
Sporadic.
Hawaiian style cabana boy dancer kind of style. Where I don't know, Dreccik's probably
Dreccik's
more
just
like a
this
belly
awkward-
dancer.
Celeste will try to convince John as well.
He probably wouldn't, I'm sure, but
I'm gonna try
I
and
will leave
convince
that
him after a
up
couple
to,
drinks.
Sure.
Ingwe learned his dance moves from watching birds, like trying to find mates, and also has a minus to dexterity. So
So not
Fair enough.
good at this.
Well, how much are you planning on drinking during the night? Just light, or do you want to go full ham?
Celeste is definitely not going full ham. She'll probably have like 2 or 3 glasses.
Okay, so
Ingwe
Constitution.
always pretends to drink.
So Constitution from Dreccik, everyone else is ordinary.
It's very
My
much
dancing
just
improves through the night. Oop, okay.
yeah,
Uh,
greasing the wheels.
Constitution saving throw?
Yes,
22.
pretty good. You're fine.
Celeste is very much using this as kind of like a respite before we head into the frozen like tundra of it now. Just using.
I'd
This
say
as like
that the brandy wine is probably one of the things that you would drink and probably even be tried to convince to take with you if you're going to cold areas, because that would help you with some of the cold at least. And it's getting quite hot in this room as well, as they're heating it up with dancing and singing and having a grand old time. Is there anything else in particular you would like to do before the night comes to a close? Nope. Okay. And you're going to go back to bed, I'm sure?
Yep, so we'll do the normal watches. Celeste will take the first two and then whoever afterwards.
Sure.
So she's not going to bed straight away, but...
Right. Nothing happens out of the ordinary during the night's watches. You can all have a long rest.
Yay! Love a long rest.
And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode.
2 days in a row with no cliffhanger.
What is happening? What is happening?
We'll see.
Do I want to see?
Can I just check, Tom, that I don't have the Vartex amulet in my inventory, and that's just because I'm useless at tracking my things, not because it got stolen?
Yes.
Yeah,
If something was stolen, I would
make sure I
probably tell you. The only things that has been stolen is those 2 healing potions, I think, which was just random rolling. So
Actually, those things that stolen that.
it could have happened. It could have.
That would have been another adventure.
Could have been your sword.
Could have been anything.
Yeah, so I've got to get better at that too, because I've got a whole pile of stuff listed in other possessions, which is that thing at the bottom.
Right.
So
just make it a joined list of some sort.
Yeah.
So in case something happens, it's just easier to just roll.
Follow up on my paperwork now that I'm on holiday.
That's fair. Well, we'll leave the death for tonight. Now you had an interesting investigation of your pastries. So, let's roll for raid.
Rolling for the raid.
How do I
I
do
got
an
a
eight.
5. That's my lowest all night. That'll be Celeste
8.
rolls her highest all night, probably.
Yeah. Nitro 20! Uh-oh. I'm going to roll 3, just because... Yes! No, I just added them all together.
What did you roll, Laura?
12 for me.
I rolled 29, but that's just because I can't use D&D Beyond. I rolled a 6, a 15, and an 8. So let's average it.
Less than Celeste.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got an 8.
Less than Celeste.
How did you win with
Wait,
a 12?
Didn't you roll a natural 20? Did I miss that?
No,
I joked that you rolled a natural 20.
I told you this would be the best you rolled all night, and there you go. You won.
Yay!
So it looks like the Eldritch Scribe are doing their Kingslayers episode. They're up to number 42 apparently.
Nice.
Corsairs Cove. Twitch plays D&D. What? Twitchcraft. GM Workshop is doing a thing called Twitch plays D&D. That sounds interesting.
And then he's in the background himself.
Wow. I heard
What
myself.
is happening?
It was crazy.
Don't worry, Mr. Brenton Dreccik. It's fine.
This thing called Seum is doing an uncapped subathon. I guess they play D&D as well, but I don't know if they're playing D&D right now. Yeah, there's a few.
Right. Do we want to maybe jump over and have a look at Sparhawk?
Sparhawk, we can do Sparhawk as well.
Looks like they're doing a charity stream.
Oh, they are. Yes, they are.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Okay, say hello to our friends at Sparhawk Games.
Hello, Sparhawk Games. Would you like some?
The hag is after you.
Haggle. Without a hag, it's nothing. Actually, it's just
It wasn't. It wasn't trying. It was a hag that was trying to be just an honest salesman in the middle of an office.
Hey, I mean, whatever you think is right is
I was
wrong.
so prepared to be tricked, and she's just trying to sell us some good tasting mushrooms.
Yeah, she had to break her own door just to get out and give me some treats.
Such a funny like dynamic to like different parties to like that she's a fiend. Celeste is the like the not active person. She's like, no, I hate her forever. But all of the like people that punch things and hit things and like do the rash decisions are not haters. Whereas
I
like
didn't
I
hate.
yeah.
I was just testing, like, is she a fiend? Do this thing. Can she walk through it? Yep, she's a fiend. All right.
Yeah, yeah, I find that really funny because I've played in games where it's like, yeah, like I've played as a character that's like, it's undead, let's kill it, like, and as a player, you're like, I don't want to kill the shop owner that has all the magic items, but they're like, paladins, like, you guys can do what you want, but afterwards I'm gonna kill it, and then my character's just like, I don't know, I'm trying to look for it out here because I don't want to kill the like useful person.
Yeah.
Whereas this
No,
campaign
sometimes
is
the
the opposite.
dynamic is a little different because, well, you'll see.
Yeah.
Or maybe you won't. It depends. But there's options. Anyway, shall we raid?
Let's
We
do
shall
it.
Let's do it. Someone drop the command. As usually, Mr. Sherlock.
Person that does all this stuff is not here.
Oh, we've got to do things
Slash
ourselves
raid,
now.
I
spa,
don't think it will let me do this on my phone.
aims.
Don't
I'll do
forget,
it.
Monsters and Raidham in chat if you're coming along, riding the raid wave.
Oop-a-doop.
See you next Monday, and again, happy birthday to this fella. This fella, where is he on this side?
It's
He's
been
over
86
that
years.
direction, I think.
Happy birthday to Tom.
You're pointing straight at Celeste.
To Tom Tom.
This
Happy
guy's not here.
birthday
He's gone. This
to
guy.
Tom.
You're all just pointing in random directions now.
There.
Happy
birthday.
birthday to
He's
Tom.
over there. All right.
Happy
Bye, everyone.
All right.
Bye.
Night,
next
everyone.
time.
See you next week.
Bye.
Bye.
Happy birthday to Tom.
All right, we're through. We're done.
We are through.